chapter XI, A Queen's Tomb, Mr. Trelawney's hope was at least as great as my own. He is not so volatile a man as I am, prone to ups and downs of hope and despair, but he has a fixed purpose which crystallizes hope into belief. At times, had feared that there might have been two such stones, or that the adventures of Van Hine were travelers' fictions, based on some ordinary acquisition of the curio in Alexandria or Cairo or London or Amsterdam. But Mr. Trelawney never faltered in his belief. We had many things to distract our minds from belief or disbelief. This was soon after Arabi Pasha, and Egypt was no safe place for travelers, especially if they were English. But Mr. Trelawney is a fearless man, and I almost come to think at times that I am not a coward myself. We got together a band of Arabs whom one or other of us had known in former trips to the desert, and whom we could trust. That is, we did not distrust them as much as others. We were numerous enough to protect ourselves from chance marauding bands, and we took with us large impedimenta. We had secured the consent and passive cooperation of the officials, still friendly to Britain, in the acquiring of which consent I need hardly say that Mr. Trelawney's riches were of chief importance. We found our way in dahabeahs to Aswan, whence, having got some Arabs from the sheikh, and having given our usual baksheesh, we set out on our journey through the desert. Well, after much wandering and trying every winding in the interminable jumble of hills, we came at last at nightfall on just such a valley as Van Hine had described. A valley with high, steep cliffs narrowing in the center and widening out to the eastern and western ends. At daylight, we were opposite the cliff and could easily note the opening high up in the rock and the hieroglyphic figures which were evidently intended originally to conceal it. But the signs which had baffled Van Hine and those of his time and later were no secrets to us. The host of scholars who have given their brains and their lives to this work had wrested open the mysterious prison house of Egyptian language. On the hewn face of the rocky cliff, we, who had learned the secrets, could read what the Theban priesthood had had there inscribed nearly 50 centuries before, for that the external inscription was the work of the priesthood, and a hostile priesthood at that, there could be no living doubt. The inscription on the rock, written in hieroglyphic, ran thus: "Hither the gods come not at any summons. The nameless one has insulted them and is forever alone. Go not nigh, lest their vengeance wither you away." The warning must have been a terribly potent one at the time it was written, and for thousands of years afterwards, even when the language in which it was given had become a dead mystery to the people of the land. The tradition of such a terror lasts longer than its cause. Even in the symbols used, there was an added significance of alliteration. For ever is given in the hieroglyphics as millions of years. This symbol was repeated 9 times in 3 groups of 3, and after each group a symbol of the upper world, the underworld, and the sky, so that for this lonely one there could be, through the vengeance of all the gods, resurrection in neither the world of sunlight, in the world of the dead, or for the soul in the region of the gods. Neither Mr. Trelawney nor I dared to tell any of our people what the writing meant. For though they did not believe in the religion whence the curse came, or in the gods whose vengeance was threatened, yet they were so superstitious that they would probably, had they known of it, have thrown up the whole task and run away. Their ignorance, however, and our discretion preserved us. We made an encampment close at hand, but behind a jutting rock a little further along the valley, so that they might not have the inscription always before them. For even that traditional name of the place, the Valley of the Sorcerer, had a fear for them, and for us through them. With the timber which we had brought, we made a ladder up the face of the rock. We hung a pulley on a beam fixed to project from the top of the cliff. We found the great slab of rock which formed the door, placed clumsily in its place and secured by a few stones. Its own weight kept it in safe position. In order to enter, we had to push it in, and we passed over it. We found the great coil of chain which Van Hine had described fastened into the rock. There were, however, abundant evidences amid the wreckage of the great stone door, which had revolved on iron hinges at top and bottom, that ample provision had been originally made for closing and fastening it from within. Mr. Trelawney and I went alone into the tomb. We had brought plenty of lights with us, and we fixed them as we went along. We wished to get a complete survey at first, and then make examination of all in detail. As we went on, we were filled with ever-increasing wonder and delight. The tomb was one of the most magnificent and beautiful which either of us had ever seen, from the elaborate nature of the sculpture and painting, and the perfection of the workmanship. It was evident that the tomb was prepared during the lifetime of her for whose resting place it was intended. The drawing of the hieroglyphic pictures was fine, and the coloring superb, and in that high cavern, far away from even the damp of the Nile flood, all was as fresh as when the artists had laid down their palettes. There was one thing which we could not avoid seeing, that although the cutting on the outside rock was the work of the priesthood, the smoothing of the cliff face was probably a part of the tomb builder's original design. The symbolism of the painting and cutting within all gave the same idea. The outer cavern, partly natural and partly hewn, was regarded architecturally as only an antechamber. At the end of it, so that it would face the east, was a pillared portico, hewn out of the solid rock. The pillars were massive and were seven-sided, a thing which we had not come across in any other tomb. Sculptured on the architrave was the boat of the moon, containing Hathor, cow-headed and bearing the disk and plumes, and the dog-headed Happy, the god of the north. It was steered by Harpocrates towards the north, represented by the pole star surrounded by Draco and Ursa Major. In the latter, the stars that form what we call the plough were cut larger than any of the other stars, and were filled with gold so that, in the light of torches, they seemed to flame with a special significance. Passing within the portico, we found two of the architectural features of a rock tomb, the chamber or chapel, and the pit, all complete as Van Hine had noticed, though in his day the names given to these parts by the Egyptians of old were unknown. The stele or record, which had its place low down on the western wall, was so remarkable that we examined it minutely, even before going on our way to find the mummy, which was the object of our search. This stele was a great slab of lapis lazuli, cut all over with hieroglyphic figures of small size and of much beauty. The cutting was filled in with some cement of exceeding fineness and of the color of pure vermilion. The inscription began, Tera, Queen of the Egypts, daughter of XIIThe, monarch of the north and the south, daughter of the sun, queen of the diadems. It then set out, in full record, the history of her life and reign. The signs of sovereignty were given with a truly feminine profusion of adornment. The united crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt were in especial cut with exquisite precision. It was new to us both to find the Hedjet and the Desser the white, and the red crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt on the stele of a queen, for it was a rule, without exception in the records, that in ancient Egypt either crown was worn only by a king, though they are to be found on goddesses. Later on, we found an explanation, of which I shall say more presently. Such an inscription was in itself a matter so startling as to arrest attention from anyone anywhere at any time. But but you can have no conception of the effect which it had upon us. Though our eyes were not the first which had seen it, they were the first which could see it with understanding, since first the slab of rock was fixed in the cliff, opening nearly 5,000 years before. To us was given to read this message from the dead, this message of one who had warred against the gods of old, and claimed to have controlled them at a time when the hierarchy professed to be the only means of exciting their fears or gaining their goodwill. The walls of the upper chamber of the pit and the sarcophagus chamber were profusely inscribed. All the inscriptions, except that on the steel, being colored with bluish-green pigment. The effect when seen sideways, as the eye caught the green facets, was that of an old, discolored Indian turquoise. We descended the pit by the aid of the tackle we had brought with us. Trelawney went first. It was a deep pit, more than 70 feet, but it had never been filled up. The passage at the bottom sloped up to the sarcophagus chamber and was longer than is usually found. It had not been walled up. Within, we found a great sarcophagus of yellow stone, but that I need not describe. You have seen it in Mr. Trelawney's chamber. The cover of it lay on the ground. It had not been cemented, and was just as Van Hine had described it. Needless to say, we were excited as we looked within. There must, however, be one sense of disappointment. I could not help feeling how different must have been the sight which met the Dutch traveller's eyes when he looked within and found that white hand lying lifelike above the shrouding mummy cloths. It is true that a part of the arm was there, white and ivory-like, but there was a thrill to us which came not to Van Hine. The end of the wrist was covered with dried blood. It was as though the body had bled after death. The jagged ends of the broken wrist were rough with the clotted blood. Through this, the white bone sticking out looked like the matrix of opal. The blood had streamed down and stained the brown wrappings as with rust. Here, then, was full confirmation of the narrative, with such evidence of the narrator's truth before us. We could not doubt the other matters which he had told, such as the blood on the mummy hand, or marks of the 7 fingers on the throat of the strangled sheik. I shall not trouble you with details of all we saw, or how we learned all we knew. Part of it was from knowledge common to scholars. Part we read on the steel in the tomb, and in the sculptures and hieroglyphic paintings on the walls. Queen Tera was was of the 11th, or Theban dynasty of Egyptian kings, which held sway between the 29th and 25th centuries before Christ. She succeeded as the only child of her father, XIIIThe. She must have been a girl of extraordinary character as well as ability, for she was but a young girl when her father died. Her youth and sex encouraged the ambitious priesthood, which had then achieved immense power. By their wealth and numbers and learning, they dominated all Egypt, more especially the upper portion. They were then secretly ready to make an effort for the achievement of their bold and long-considered design, that of transferring the governing power from a kingship to a hierarchy. But King XIIIThe had suspected some such movement and had taken the precaution of securing to his daughter the allegiance of the army. He had also had her taught statecraft and had even made her learned in the lore of the very priests themselves. He had used those of one cult against the other, each being hopeful of some present gain on its own part by the influence of the king, or of some ultimate gain from its own influence over his daughter. Thus, the princess had been brought up amongst scribes, and was herself no mean artist. Many of these things were told on the walls in pictures, or in hieroglyphic writing of great beauty, and we came to the conclusion that not a few of them had been done by the princess herself. It was not without cause that she was inscribed on the stele as protector of the arts, but the king had gone to further lengths and had had his daughter taught magic, by which she had power over sleep and will. This was real magic, black magic, not the magic of the temples, which, I may explain, was of the harmless or white order, and was intended to impress rather than to affect. She had been an apt pupil, and had gone further than her teachers. Her power and her resources had given her great opportunities, of which she had availed herself to the full. She had won secrets from nature in strange ways, and had even gone to the length of going down into the tomb herself, having been swathed and coffined and left as dead for a whole month. The priests had tried to make out that the real Princess Tera had died in the experiment, and that another girl had been substituted, but she had conclusively proved their error. All this was told in pictures of great merit. It was probably in her time that the impulse was given in the restoring the artistic greatness of the 4th dynasty, which had found its perfection in the days of Khufu. In the chamber of the sarcophagus were pictures and writings to show that she had achieved victory over sleep. Indeed, there was was everywhere a symbolism, wonderful even in a land and an age of symbolism. Prominence was given to the fact that she, though a queen, claimed all the privileges of kingship and masculinity. In one place, she was pictured in man's dress and wearing the white and red crowns. In the following picture, she was in female dress, but still wearing the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, while the discarded male raiment lay at her feet. In every picture where hope or aim of resurrection was expressed, there was the added symbol of the North, and in many places, always in representations of important events, past, present, or future, was a grouping of the stars of the plough. She evidently regarded this constellation as in some way peculiarly associated with herself. Perhaps the most remarkable statement in the records, both on the stele and in the mural writings, was that Queen Tera had power to compel the gods. This, by the way, was not an isolated belief in Egyptian history, but was different in its cause. She had engraved on a ruby, carved like a scarab, and having 7 stars of 7 points, master words to compel all the gods, both of the upper and the underworlds. In the statement, it was plainly set forth that the hatred of the priests was, she knew, stored up for her, and that they would, after her death, try to suppress her name. This was a terrible revenge. I may tell you, in Egyptian mythology, for without a name, no one can after death be introduced to the gods, or have prayers said for him. Therefore, she had intended her resurrection to be after a long time, and in a more northern land, under the constellation whose 7 stars had ruled her birth. To this end, her hand was to be in the air unwrapped, and in it the jewel of 7 stars, so that wherever there was air she might move even as her ka could move. This, after thinking it over, Mr. Trelawney and I agreed, meant that her body could become astral at command, and so move particle by particle, and become whole again when and where required. Then there was a piece of writing in which allusion was made to a chest or casket in which were contained all the gods, and will and sleep, the 2 latter being personified by symbols. The box was mentioned as with 7 sides. It was not much of a surprise to us when, underneath the feet of the mummy, we found the 7-sided casket, which you have also seen in Mr. Trelawney's room. On the underneath part of the wrapping, linen of the left foot was painted in the same vermilion color as that used in the stele, the hieroglyphic symbol for much water, and underneath the right foot, the symbol of the earth. We made out the symbolism to be that her body, immortal and transferable at will, ruled both the land and water, air and fire, the latter being exemplified by the light of the jewel stone, and further by the flint and iron, which lay outside the mummy wrappings. As we lifted the casket from the sarcophagus, we noticed on its sides the strange protuberances which you have already seen, but we were unable at the time to account for them. There were a few amulets in the sarcophagus, but none of any special worth or significance. We took it that if there were such, they were within the wrappings, or more probably in the strange casket underneath the mummy's feet. This, however, we could not open. There were signs of there being a cover, certainly. The upper portion and the lower were each in one piece. The fine line, a little way from the top, appeared to be where the cover was fixed, but it was made with such exquisite fineness and finish that the joining could hardly be seen. Certainly, the top could not be moved. We took it, that it was in some way fastened from within. I tell you all this in order that you may understand things with which you may be in contact later. You must suspend your judgment entirely. Such strange things have happened regarding this mummy, and all around it, that there is a necessity for new belief somewhere. It is absolutely impossible to reconcile certain things which have happened with the ordinary currents of life or knowledge. We stayed around the valley of the sorcerer till we had copied roughly all the drawings and writings on the walls, ceiling, and floor. We took with us the stele of lapis lazuli, whose graven record was colored with vermilion pigment. We took the sarcophagus and the mummy, the stone chest with the alabaster jars, the tables of bloodstone and alabaster and onyx and carnelian, and the ivory pillow whose arch rested on buckles, round each of which was twisted and urious wrought in gold. We took all the articles which lay in the chapel, and the mummy pit, the wooden boats with crews, and the XIIIThe figures, and the symbolic amulets. When coming away, we took down the ladders, and at a distance buried them in the sand under a cliff, which we noted so that if necessary we might find them again. Then, with our heavy baggage, we set out on our laborious journey back to the Nile. It was no easy task, I tell you, to bring the case with that great sarcophagus over the desert. We had a rough cart and sufficient men to draw it, but the progress seemed terribly slow, for we were anxious to get our treasures into a place of safety. The night was an anxious time with us, for we feared attack from some marauding band. But more still, we feared some of those with us. They were, after all, but predatory, unscrupulous men, and we had with us a considerable bulk of precious things. They, or at at least the dangerous ones amongst them, did not know why it was so precious. They took it for granted that it was material treasure of some kind that we carried. We had taken the mummy from the sarcophagus and packed it for safety of travel in a separate case. During the first night, 2 attempts were made to steal things from the cart, and 2 men were found dead in the morning. On the second night, there came on a violent storm, one of those terrible samooms of the desert which makes one feel his helplessness. We were overwhelmed with drifting sand. Some of our Bedouins had fled before the storm, hoping to find shelter. The rest of us, wrapped in our boreness, endured with what patience we could. In the morning, when the storm had passed, we recovered from under the piles of sand what we could of our impedimenta. We found the case in which the mummy had been packed all broken, but the mummy itself could nowhere be found. We searched everywhere around and dug up the sand which had piled around us, but in vain. We did not know what to do, for Trelawney had his heart set on taking home that mummy. We waited a whole day in hopes that the Bedouins, who had fled, would return. We had a blind hope that they might have in some way removed the mummy from the cart and would restore it. That night, just before dawn, Mr. Trelawney woke me up and whispered in my ear, "We must go back to the tomb in the valley of the sorcerer. Show no hesitation in the morning when I give the orders. If you ask any questions as to where we are going, it will create suspicion and will defeat our purpose." "All right," I answered. "But why shall we go there?" His answer seemed to thrill through me as though it had struck some chord ready tuned within. "We shall find the mummy there. I am sure of it." Then, anticipating doubt or argument, he added, "Wait, and you shall see." And he sank back into his blanket again. The Arabs were surprised when we retraced our steps, and some of them were not satisfied. There was a good deal of friction, and there were several desertions, so that it was with a diminished following that we took our way eastward again. At first, the sheik did not manifest any curiosity as to our definite destination. But when it became apparent that we were again making for the valley of the sorcerer, he too showed concern. This grew as we drew near, till finally at the entrance of the valley, he halted and refused to go further. He said he would await our return if we chose to go on alone, that he would wait 3 days, but if by that time we had not returned, he would leave. No offer of money would tempt him to depart from this resolution. The only concession he would make was that he would find the ladders and bring them near the cliff. This he did, and rest of the troop, he went back to wait at the entrance of the valley. Mr. Trelawney and I took ropes and torches, and again ascended to the tomb. It was evident that someone had been there in our absence, for the stone slab which protected the entrance to the tomb was lying flat inside, and a rope was dangling from the cliff summit. Within, there was another rope hanging into the shaft of the mummy pit. We looked at each other, but neither said a word. We fixed our own rope, and as arranged, Trelawney descended first, I following at once. It was not till we stood together at the foot of the shaft that the thought flashed across me that we might be in some sort of a trap, that someone might descend the rope from the cliff, and by cutting the rope by which we had lowered ourselves into the pit, bury us there alive. The thought was horrifying, but it was too late to do anything. I remained silent. We both had torches, so that there was ample light as we passed through the passage and entered the chamber where the sarcophagus had stood. The first thing noticeable was the emptiness of the place. Despite all its magnificent adornment, the tomb was made a desolation by the absence of the great sarcophagus, to hold which it was hewn in the rock, of the chest with the alabaster jars, of the tables which had held the implements and food for the use of the dead, and the XIIIThe figures. It was made more infinitely desolate still by the shrouded figure of the mummy of Queen Tera, which lay on the floor where the great sarcophagus had stood. Beside it lay, in the strange, contorted attitudes of violent death, 3 of the Arabs who had deserted from our party. Their faces were black, and their hands and necks were smeared with blood, which had burst from mouth and nose and eyes. On the throat of each were the marks, now blackening, of a hand of 7 fingers. Trelawney and I drew close and clutched each other in awe and fear as we looked. For, most wonderful of all, across the breast of the mummied queen lay a hand of 7 fingers, ivory white, the wrist only showing a scar like a jagged red line, from which seemed to depend drops of blood. Chapter XIIIThe, the magic coffer. When we recovered our amazement, which seemed to last unduly long, we did not lose any time carrying the mummy through the passage and hoisting it up the pit shaft. I went first to receive it at the top. As I looked down, I saw Mr. Trelawney lift the severed hand and put it in his breast, manifestly to save it from being injured or lost. We left the dead Arabs where they lay. With our ropes, we lowered our precious burden to the ground, and then took it to the entrance of the valley where our escort was to wait. To our astonishment, we found them on the move. When we remonstrated with the sheik, he answered that he had fulfilled his contract to the letter. He had waited the 3 days as arranged. I thought that he was lying to cover up his base intention of deserting us, and I found when we compared notes that Trelawney had the same suspicion. It was not till we arrived at Cairo that we found he was correct. It was the 3rd of November, 1884, when we entered the mummy pit for the 2nd time. We had reason to remember the date. We had lost 3 whole days of our reckoning out of our lives, whilst we had stood wondering in that chamber of the dead. Was it strange, then, that we had a superstitious feeling with regard to the dead Queen Tera and all belonging to her? Is it any wonder that it rests with us now, with a bewildering sense of some power outside ourselves or our comprehension? Will it be any wonder if it go down to the grave with us at the appointed time? If, indeed, there be any graves for us who have robbed the dead. He was silent for quite a minute before he went on. We got to Cairo all right, and from there to Alexandria, where we were to take ship by the messagerie service to Marseille, and go thence by express to London. But the best laid schemes mice and men gang XIVThe. At Alexandria, Trelawney found waiting a cable stating that Mrs. Trelawney had died in giving birth to a daughter. Her stricken husband hurried off at once by the Orient Express, and I had to bring the treasure alone to the desolate house. I got to London all safe. There seemed to be some special good fortune to our journey when I got to this house. The funeral had long been over. The child had been put out to nurse, and Mr. Trelawney had so far recovered from the shock of his loss that he had set himself to take up again the broken threads of his life and his work, that he had had a shock, and a bad one, was apparent. The sudden gray in his black hair was proof enough in itself, but in addition, the strong cast of his features had become set and stern. Since he received that cable in the shipping office at Alexandria, I have never seen a happy smile on his face. Work is the best thing in such a case, and to his work he devoted himself heart and soul. The strange tragedy of his loss and gain, for the child was born after the mother's death, took place during the time that we stood in that trance in the mummy pit of Queen Tera. It seemed to have become in some way associated with his Egyptian studies, and more especially with the mysteries connected with the queen. He told me very little about his daughter, but that 2 forces struggled in his mind regarding her was apparent. I could see that he loved, almost idolized her. would never forget that her birth had cost her mother's life. Also, there was something whose existence seemed to wring his father's heart, though he would never tell me what it was. Again, he once said, in a moment of relaxation of his purpose of silence, "She is unlike her mother, but in both feature and color, she has a marvelous resemblance to the pictures of Queen Tera." He said that he had sent her away to people who would care for her as he could not, and that till she became a woman, she should have all the simple pleasures that a young girl might have, and that were best for her. I would often have talked with him about her, but he would never say much. Once he said to me, "There are reasons why I should not speak more than is necessary. Some day you will know and understand." I respected his reticence, and beyond asking after her on my return after a journey, I have never spoken of her again. I had never seen her till I did so in your presence. Well, when the treasures which we had, taken from the tomb had been brought here, Mr. Trelawney arranged their disposition himself. The mummy, all except the severed hand, he placed in the great ironstone sarcophagus in the hall. This was wrought for the Theban high priest Uni, and is, as you may have remarked, all inscribed with wonderful invocations to the old gods of Egypt. The rest of the things from the tomb he disposed about his own room, as you have seen. Amongst them he placed, for special reasons of his own, the mummy hand. I think he regards this as the most sacred of his possessions, with perhaps one exception. That is the carven ruby, which he calls the jewel of 7 stars, which he keeps in that great safe, which is locked and guarded by various devices, as you know. I dare say you find this tedious, but I have had to explain it, so that you should understand all up to the present. It was a long time after my return with the mummy of Queen Tera when Mr. Trelawney reopened the subject with me. He had been several times to Egypt, sometimes with me and sometimes alone, and I had been several trips on my own account or for him. But in all that time, nearly 16 years, he never mentioned the subject, unless when some pressing occasion suggested, if it did not necessitate, a reference. One morning early, he sent for me in a hurry. I was then studying in the British Museum and had rooms in Hart Street. When I came, he was all on fire with excitement. I had not seen him in such a glow since, before the news of his wife's death. He took me at once into his room. The window blinds were down, and the shutters closed. Not a ray of daylight came in. The ordinary lights in the room were not lit, there were a lot of powerful electric lamps, 50 candle power at least, arranged on one side of the room. The little bloodstone table on which the heptagonal coffer stands was drawn to the center of the room. The coffer looked exquisite in the glare of light which shone on it. It actually seemed to glow, as if lit in some way from within. "What do you think of it?" he asked. "It is like a jewel," I answered. "You may well call it the sorcerer's magic coffer, if it often looks like that. It almost seems to be alive. Do you know why it seems so? From the glare of the light, I suppose." "Light, of course," he answered, "but it is rather the disposition of light." As he spoke, he turned up the ordinary lights of the room and switched off the special ones. The effect on the stone box was surprising. In a second, it lost all its glowing effect. It was still a very beautiful stone, as always, but it was stone and no more. "Do you notice anything about the arrangement of the lamps?" he asked. "No, they were in the shape of the stars in the plough, as the stars are in the ruby." The statement came to me with a certain sense of conviction. I do not know why, except that there had been so many mysterious associations with the mummy, and all belonging to it, that any new one seemed enlightening. I listened as Trelawney went on to explain. "For 16 years, I have never ceased to think of that adventure, or to try to find a clue to the mysteries which came before us. But never, until last night, did I seem to find a solution. I think I must have dreamed of it, for I woke all on fire about it. I jumped out of bed with a determination of doing something before I quite knew what it was that I wished to do. Then, all at once, the purpose was clear before me. There were allusions in the writing on the walls of the tomb to the 7 stars of the Great Bear that go to make up the plough, and the north was again and again emphasized. The same symbols were repeated with regard to the magic box, as we called it. We had already noticed those peculiar translucent spaces in the stone of the box. You remember the hieroglyphic writing had told that the jewel came from the heart of an aerolite, and that the coffer was cut from it also. It might be, I thought, that the light of the 7 stars shining in the right direction might have some effect on the box or something within it. I raised the blind and looked out. The plough was high in the heavens, and both its stars and the pole star were straight opposite the window. I pulled the table with the coffer out into the light and shifted it until the translucent patches were in the direction of the stars. Instantly, the box began to glow, as you saw it under the lamps, though but slightly. I waited and waited, but the sky clouded over and the light died away. So I got wires and lamps. You know how often I use them in experiments, and tried the effect of electric light. It took me some time to get the lamps properly placed so that they would correspond to the parts of the stone. But the moment I got them right, the whole thing began to glow, as you have seen it. I could get no further, however. There was evidently something wanting. All at once, it came to me that if light could have some effect, there should be in the tomb some means of producing light. For there could not be starlight in the mummy pit in the cavern. Then the whole thing seemed to become clear. On the bloodstone table, which is a hollow carved in its top, into which the bottom of the coffer fits, I laid the magic coffer, and I at once saw that the odd protuberances so carefully wrought in the substance of the stone corresponded in a way to the stars in the constellation. These, then, were to hold lights. Eureka, I cried. All we want now is the lamps. I tried placing the electric lights on, or close to, the protuberances, but the glow never came to the stone. So the conviction grew on me that there were special lamps made for the purpose. If we could find them, a step on the road to solving the mystery should be gained. But what about the lamps? I asked. Where are they? When are we to discover them? How are we to know them if we do find them? What? He stopped me at once. One thing at a time, he said quietly. Your first question contains all the rest. Where are these lamps? I shall tell you. In the tomb. In the tomb, I repeated in surprise. Why, you and I searched the place ourselves from end to end, and there was not a sign of a lamp, not a sign of anything remaining when we came away the first time, or on the second, except the bodies of the Arabs. Whilst I was speaking, he had uncoiled some large sheets of paper which he had brought in his hand from his own room. These he spread out on the great table, keeping their edges down with books and weights. I knew them at a glance. They were the careful copies which he had made of our first transcripts from the writing in the tomb. When he had all ready, he turned to me and said slowly, Do you remember wondering, when we examined the tomb, at the lack of one thing which is usually found in such a tomb? Yes, there was no serdab. The serdab, I may perhaps explain, said Mr. Corbeck to me, is a sort of niche built or hewn in the wall of a tomb. Those which have as yet been examined bear no inscriptions and contain only effigies of the dead for whom the tomb was made. he went on with his narrative. Trelawney, when he saw that I had caught his meaning, went on speaking with something of his old enthusiasm. I have come to the conclusion that there must be a XIIIThe, a secret one. We were dull not to have thought of it before. We might have known that the maker of such a tomb, a woman, who had shown in other ways such a sense of beauty and completeness, and who had finished every detail with a feminine richness of elaboration, would not have neglected such an architectural feature. Even if it had not its own special significance in ritual, she would have had it as an adornment. Others had had it, and she liked her own work to be complete. Depend upon it, there is a XIIIThe, and that in it, when it is discovered, we shall find the lamps. Of course, had we known then what we now know, or at all events surmise, that there were lamps, we might have suspected some hidden spot, some cachet. I am going to ask you to go out to Egypt again, to seek the tomb, to find the XIIIThe, and to bring back the lamps. And if I find there is no XIIIThe, or if discovering it, I find no lamps in it, what then? He smiled grimly with that saturnine smile of his, so rarely seen for years past, as he spoke slowly. Then you will have to hustle till you find them. Good, I said. He pointed to one of the sheets. Here are the transcripts from the chapel at the south and the east. I have been looking over the writings again, and I find that in 7 places round this corner are the symbols of the constellation which we call the Plough, which Queen Tera held to rule her birth and her destiny. I have examined them carefully, and I notice that they are all representations of the grouping of the stars, as the constellation appears in different parts of the heavens. They are all astronomically correct. And as in the real sky, the pointers indicate the pole star, so these all point to one spot in the wall where usually the XIIIThe is to be found. Bravo, I shouted, for such a piece of reasoning demanded applause. He seemed pleased as he went on. When you are in the tomb, examine this spot. There is probably some spring or mechanical contrivance for opening the receptacle. What it may be, there is no use guessing. You will know what best to do when you are on the spot. I started the next week for Egypt, and never rested till I stood again in the tomb. I had found some of our old following, and was fairly well provided with help. The country was now in a condition very different to that in which it had been 16 years before. There was no need for troops or armed men. I climbed the rock face alone. There was no difficulty, for in that fine climate the woodwork of the ladder was still dependable. It was easy to see that in the years that had elapsed there had been other visitors to the tomb, and my heart sank within me when I thought that some of them might by chance have come across the secret place. It would be a bitter discovery, indeed, to find that they had forestalled me, and that my journey had been in vain. The bitterness was realized when I lit my torches and passed between the seven-sided columns to the chapel of the tomb. There, in the very spot where I had expected to find it, was the opening of a serdab, and the serdab was empty, but the chapel was not empty, for the dried-up body of a man in Arab dress lay close under the opening, as though he had been stricken down. I examined all round the walls to see if Trelawney's surmise was correct, and I found that in all the positions of the stars, as given, the pointers of the plough indicated a spot to the left hand, or south side, of the opening of the serdab, where was a single star in gold. I pressed this, and it gave way. The stone which had marked the front of the serdab, and which lay back against the wall within, moved slightly. On further examining the other side of the opening, I found a similar spot, indicated by other representations of the constellation, but this was itself a figure of the seven stars, and each was wrought in burnished gold. I pressed each star in turn, but without result. Then it struck me that if the opening spring was on the left, this on the right might have been intended for the simultaneous pressure of all the stars by one hand of 7 fingers. By using both my hands, I managed to effect this. With a loud click, a metal figure seemed to dart from close to the opening of the serdab. The stone slowly swung back to its place and shut with a click. The glimpse which I had of the descending figure appalled me for the moment. It was like that grim guardian which, according to the Arabian historian Ibn Abd al-Hakim, the builder of the pyramids, King Saurid ibn Salhauk, placed in the western pyramid to defend its treasure. A marble figure, upright, with lance in hand, with on his head a serpent wreathed. When any approached, the serpent would bite him on one side, and twining about his throat and killing him, would return again to his place. I knew well that such a figure was not wrought to pleasantry, and that to brave it was no child's play. The dead Arab at my feet was proof of what could be done. So I examined again along the wall, and found here and there chippings, as if someone had been tapping with a heavy hammer. This then had been what happened. The grave robber, more expert at his work than we had been, and suspecting the presence of a hidden serdab, had made essay to find it. He had struck the spring by chance, had released the avenging treasurer, as the Arabian writer designated him. The issue spoke for itself. I got a piece of wood, and standing at a safe distance, pressed with the end of it upon the star. Instantly the stone flew back. The hidden figure within darted forward and thrust out its lance. Then it rose up and disappeared. I thought I might now safely press on the 7 stars, and did so. Again, the stone rolled back, and the treasurer flashed by to his hidden lair. I repeated both experiments several times, with always the same result. I should have liked to examine the mechanism of that figure of such malignant mobility, but it was not possible without such tools as could not easily be had. It might be necessary to cut into a whole section of the rock. Some day I hope to go back, properly equipped, and attempt it. Perhaps you do not know that the entrance to a serdab is almost always very narrow. Sometimes a hand can hardly be inserted. 2 things I learned from this serdab. The first was that the lamps, if lamps at all there had been, could not have been of large size. And secondly, that they would be in some way associated with XIIIthe, whose symbol, the hawk in a square with the right top corner forming a smaller square, was cut in relief on the wall within, and colored the bright vermilion which we had found on the steel. XIIIthe is the goddess who in Egyptian mythology answers to Venus of the Greeks, in as far as she is the presiding deity of beauty and pleasure. In the Egyptian mythology, however, each god has many forms, and in some aspects, XIIIthe has to do with the idea of resurrection. There are 7 forms or variants of the goddess. Why should not these correspond in some way to the 7 lamps? That there had been such lamps, I was convinced. The first grave robber had met his death, the second had found the contents of the serdab. The first attempt had been made years since. The state of the body proved this. I had no clue to the second attempt. It might have been long ago, or it might have been recently. If, however, others had been to the tomb, it was probable that the lamps had been taken long ago. Well, all the more difficult would be my search, for undertaken it must be. That was nearly 3 years ago, and for all that time I have been like the man in the Arabian Nights, seeking old lamps, not for new, but for cash. I dared not say what I was looking for, or attempt to give any description, for such would have defeated my purpose. But I had in my own mind, at the start, a vague idea of what I must find. In process of time, this grew more and more clear. till at last I almost overshot my mark by searching for something which might have been wrong. The disappointments I suffered and the wild goose chases I made would fill a volume, but I persevered. At last, not 2 months ago, I was shown by an old dealer in Mossel one lamp such as I had looked for. I had been tracing it for nearly a year, always suffering disappointment, but always buoyed up to further endeavor by a growing hope that I was on the track. I do not know how I restrained myself when I realized that, at last, I was at least close to success. I was skilled, however, in the finesse of Eastern trade, and the Jew-Arab Portuguese trader met his match. I wanted to see all his stock before buying, and one by one he produced, amongst masses of rubbish, 7 different lamps. Each of them had a distinguishing mark, and each and all was some form of the symbol of Hathor. I think I shook the imperturbability of my swarthy friend by the magnitude of my purchases, for in order to prevent him guessing what form of goods I sought, I nearly cleared out his shop. At the end, he nearly wept, and said I had ruined him, for now he had nothing to sell. He would have torn his hair had he known what price I should ultimately have given for some of his stock, that perhaps he valued least. I parted with most of my merchandise at normal price as I hurried home. I did not dare to give it away, or even lose it, lest I should incur suspicion. My burden was far too precious to be risked by any foolishness now. I got on as fast as it is possible to travel in such countries, and arrived in London with only the lamps and certain portable curios and papyri which I had picked up on my travels. Now, Mr. Ross, you know all I know, and I leave it to your discretion how much, if any of it, you will tell Miss Trelawney. As he finished, a clear young voice said behind us, "What about Miss Trelawney? She is here." We turned, startled, and looked at each other inquiringly. Miss Trelawney stood in the doorway. We did not know how long she had been present, or how much she had heard. Chapter XIII, Awaking from the Trance. The first unexpected words may always startle a hearer, but when the shock is over, the listener's reason has asserted itself, and he can judge of the manner, as well as of the matter, of speech. Thus it was on this occasion. With intelligence now alert, I could not doubt of the simple sincerity of Margaret's next question. "What have you 2 men been talking about all this time, Mr. Ross? I suppose Mr. Corbeck has been telling you all his adventures in finding the lamps. I hope you will tell me too, some day, Mr. Corbeck. But that must not be till my poor father is better. He would like, I am sure, to tell me all about these things himself, or to be present when I heard them. She glanced sharply from one to the other. Oh, that was what you were saying as I came in. All right. I shall wait, but I hope it won't be long. The continuance of Father's condition is, I feel, breaking me down. A little while ago, I felt that my nerves were giving out, so I determined to go out for a walk in the park. I am sure it will do me good. I want you, if you will, Mr. Ross, to be with Father whilst I am away. I shall feel secure then. I rose with alacrity, rejoicing that the poor girl was going out, even for half an hour. She was looking terribly wearied and haggard, and the sight of her pale cheeks made my heart ache. I went to the sick room and sat down in my usual place. Mrs. Grant was then on duty. We had not found it necessary to have more than one person in the room during the day. When I came in, she took occasion to go about some household duty. The blinds were up, but the north aspect of the room softened the hot glare of the sunlight without. I sat for a long time thinking over all that Mr. Corbeck had told me, and weaving its wonders into the tissue of strange things which had come to pass since I had entered the house. At times I was inclined to doubt everything and everyone, to doubt even the evidences of my own five senses. The warnings of the skilled detective kept coming back to my mind. He had put down Mr. Corbeck as a clever liar and a confederate of Miss Trelawney. Of Margaret, that settled it. Face to face with such a proposition as that, doubt vanished. Each time when her image, her name, the merest thought of her, came before my mind, each event stood out stark as a living fact. My life upon her faith, I was recalled from my reverie, which was fast becoming a dream of love, in a startling manner. A voice came from the bed, a deep, strong, masterful voice. The first note of it called up like a clarion my eyes and my ears. The sick man was awake and speaking. Who are you? What are you doing here? Whatever ideas any of us had ever formed of his waking, I am quite sure that none of us expected to see him start up all awake and full master of himself. I was so surprised that I answered almost mechanically, Ross is my name. I have been watching by you. He looked surprised for an instant, and then I could see that his habit of judging for himself came into play. Watching by me? How do you mean? Why watching by me? His eye had now lit on his heavily bandaged wrist. He went on in a different tone, less aggressive, more genial, as of one accepting facts. Are you a doctor? I felt myself almost smiling as I answered. The relief from the long pressure of anxiety regarding his life was beginning to tell. No, sir. Then why are you here? If you are not a doctor, what are you? His tone was again more dictatorial. Thought is quick. The whole train of reasoning on which my answer must be based flooded through my brain before the words could leave my lips. Margaret. I must think of Margaret. This was her father, who as yet knew nothing of me, even of my very existence. He would be naturally curious, if not anxious, to know why I amongst men had been chosen as his daughter's friend on the occasion of his illness. Fathers are naturally a little jealous in such matters as a daughter's choice, and in the undeclared state of my love for Margaret, I must do nothing which could ultimately embarrass her. I am a barrister. It is not, however, in that capacity I am here, but simply as a friend of your daughter. It was probably her knowledge of my being a lawyer which first determined her to ask me to come when she thought you had been murdered. Afterwards, she was good enough to consider me to be a friend and to allow me to remain in accordance with your expressed wish that someone should remain to watch. Mr. Trelawney was manifestly a man of quick thought, and of few words. He gazed at me keenly as I spoke, and his piercing eyes seemed to read my thought. To my relief, he said no more on the subject just then, seeming to accept my words in simple faith. There was evidently in his own mind some cause for the acceptance deeper than my own knowledge. His eyes flashed, and there was an unconscious movement of the mouth. It could hardly be called a twitch, which betokened satisfaction. He was following out some train of reasoning in his own mind. Suddenly, he said, "She thought I had been murdered. Was that last night?" "No, 4 days ago." He seemed surprised. Whilst he had been speaking the first time he had sat up in bed, now he made a movement as though he would jump out. With an effort, however, he restrained himself, leaning back on his pillows. He said quietly, "Tell me all about it. All you know. Every detail. Omit nothing. But stay, first lock the door. I want to know, before I see anyone, exactly how things stand." Somehow his last words made my heart leap. Anyone. He evidently accepted me then as an exception. In my present state of feeling for his daughter, this was a comforting thought. I felt exultant as I went over to the door and softly turned the key. When I came back, I found him sitting up again. He said, "Go on." Accordingly, I told him every detail. even of the slightest which I could remember, of what had happened from the moment of my arrival at the house. Of course, I said nothing of my feeling towards Margaret, and spoke only concerning those things already within his own knowledge. With regard to Corbeck, I simply said that he had brought back some lamps of which he had been in quest. Then I proceeded to tell him fully of their loss and of their rediscovery in the house. He listened with a self-control which, under the circumstances, was to me little less than marvelous. It was impassiveness, for at times his eyes would flash or blaze, and the strong fingers of his uninjured hand would grip the sheet, pulling it into far-extending wrinkles. This was most noticeable when I told him of the return of Corbeck and the finding of the lamps in the boudoir. At times he spoke, but only a few words, and as if unconsciously in emotional comment. The mysterious parts, those which had most puzzled us, seemed to have no special interest for him. He seemed to know them already. The utmost concern he showed was when I told him of Dawes shooting. His muttered comment, "Stupid ass," together with a quick glance across the room at the injured cabinet, marked the measure of his disgust. As I told him of his daughter's harrowing anxiety for him, of her unending care and devotion, of the tender love which she had shown, he seemed much moved. There was a sort of veiled surprise in his unconscious whisper, "Margaret, Margaret," when I had finished my narration, bringing matters up to the moment when Miss Trelawney had gone out for her walk. I thought of her as Miss Trelawney, not as Margaret now. In the presence of her father, he remained silent for quite a long time. It was probably 2 or 3 minutes, but it seemed interminable. All at once he turned and said to me briskly, "Now tell me all about yourself." This was something of a floorer. Felt myself grow red-hot. Mr. Trelawney's eyes were upon me. They were now calm and inquiring, but never ceasing in their soul-searching scrutiny. There was just a suspicion of a smile on the mouth which, though it added to my embarrassment, gave me a certain measure of relief. I was, however, face to face with difficulty, and the habit of my life stood me in good stead. I looked him straight in the eyes as I spoke. "My name, as I told you, is Ross, Malcolm Ross. I am by profession a barrister. I was made a Q.C. in the last year of the Queen's reign. I have been fairly successful in my work." To my relief, he said, "Yes, I know. I have always heard well of you. Where and when did you meet Margaret?" "First at the Hayes in Belgrave Square 10 days ago. Then at a picnic up the river with Lady Strathconnell. We went from Windsor to Cookham. Miss Trelawney was in my boat. I scull a little, and I had my own boat at Windsor. We had a good deal of conversation, naturally. Naturally, there was just a suspicion of something sardonic in the tone of acquiescence, but there was no other intimation of his feeling. I began to think that as I was in the presence of a strong man, I should show something of my own strength. My friends, and sometimes my opponents, say that I am a strong man. In my present circumstances, not to be absolutely truthful would be to be weak. So I stood up to the difficulty before me, always bearing in mind, however, that my words might affect Margaret's happiness through her love for her father. I went on, in conversation at a place and time, and amid surroundings so pleasing, and in a solitude inviting to confidence. I got a glimpse of her inner life, such a glimpse as a man of my years and experience may get from a young girl. The father's face grew graver as I went on, but he said nothing. I was committed now to a definite line of speech, and went on with such mastery of my mind as I could exercise. The occasion might be fraught with serious consequences to me too. I could not but see that there was over her spirit a sense of loneliness which was habitual to her. I thought I understood it. I am myself an only child. I ventured to encourage her to speak to me freely, and was happy enough to succeed. A sort of confidence became established between us. There was something in the father's face which made me add hurriedly, "Nothing was said by her, sir, as you can well imagine, which was not right and proper. She only told me in the impulsive way of one longing to give voice to thoughts long carefully concealed, of her yearning to be closer to the father whom she loved, more en rapport with him, more in his confidence, closer within the circle of his sympathies. Oh, believe me, sir, that it was all good, all that a father's heart could hope or wish for. It was all loyal. That she spoke it to me was perhaps because I was almost a stranger with whom there was no previous barrier to confidence. Here I paused. It was hard to go on, and I feared lest I might, in my zeal, do Margaret a disservice. The relief of the strain came from her father. "And you, sir, Miss Trelawney is very sweet and beautiful. She is young, and her mind is like crystal. Her sympathy is a joy. I am not an old man, and my affections were not engaged. They never had been till then. I hope I may say as much, even to a father." My eyes involuntarily dropped. When I raised them again, Mr. Trelawney was still gazing at me keenly. All the kindliness of his nature seemed to wreathe itself in a smile as he held out his hand and said, Malcolm Ross, I have always heard of you as a fearless and honorable gentleman. I am glad my girl has such a friend. Go on. My heart leaped. The first step to the winning of Margaret's father was gained. I dare say I was somewhat more effusive in my words and my manner as I went on. I certainly felt that way. One thing we gain as we grow older, to use our age judiciously. Have had much experience. I have fought for it and worked for it all my life, and I felt that I was justified in using it. I ventured to ask Miss Trelawney to count on me as a friend, to let me serve her should occasion arise. She promised me that she would. I had little idea that my chance of serving her should come so soon or in such a way. But that very night you were stricken down. In her desolation and anxiety, she sent for me. I paused. He continued to look at me as I went on. When your letter of instructions was found, I offered my services. They were accepted, as you know. And these days, how did they pass for you? The question startled me. There was in it something of Margaret's own voice and manner, something so greatly resembling her lighter moments that it brought out all the masculinity in me. I felt more sure of my ground now as I said, "These days, sir, despite all their harrowing anxiety, despite all the pain they held for the girl whom I grew to love more and more with each passing hour, have been the happiest of my life." He kept silence for a long time, so long that, as I waited for him to speak, with my heart beating, I began to wonder if my frankness had been too effusive. At last he said, "I suppose it is hard to say so much vicariously. Her poor mother should have heard you. It would have made her heart glad." Then a shadow swept across his face, and he went on more hurriedly. "But are you quite sure of all this?" "I know my own heart, sir. Or, at least, I think I do." "No, no," he answered. "I don't mean you. That is all right. But you spoke of my girl's affection for me, and yet she has been living here in my house a whole year. Still, she spoke to you of her loneliness, her desolation. It grieves me to say it, but it is true. I never saw a sign of such affection towards myself in all the year." His voice trembled away into sad, reminiscent introspection. "Then, sir," I said, "I have been privileged to see more in a few days than you in her whole lifetime." My words seemed to call him up from himself, and I thought that it was with pleasure as well as surprise that he said, "I had no idea of it. I thought that she was indifferent to me, that what seemed like the neglect of her youth was revenging itself on me, that she was cold of heart. It is a joy unspeakable to me that her mother's daughter loves me too. Unconsciously, he sank back upon his pillow, lost in memories of the past. How he must have loved her mother. It was the love of her mother's child, rather than the love of his own daughter, that appealed to him. My heart went out to him in a great wave of sympathy and kindliness. I began to understand the passion of these two great, silent, reserved natures that successfully concealed the burning hunger for the other's love. It did not surprise me when presently he murmured to himself, "Margaret, my child, tender and thoughtful and strong and true and brave, like her dear mother, like her dear mother." And then, to the very depths of my heart, I rejoiced that I had spoken so frankly. Presently, Mr. Trelawney said, 4 days, the 16th. Then this is the 20th of July. I nodded affirmation. He went on. So I have been lying in a trance for 4 days. It is not the first time. I was in a trance once under strange conditions for 3 days, and never even suspected it till I was told of the lapse of time. I shall tell you all about it some day, if you care to hear. That made me thrill with pleasure. That he, Margaret's father, would so take me into his confidence made it possible. The businesslike, everyday alertness of his voice as he spoke next quite recalled me. I had better get up now. When Margaret comes in, tell her yourself that I am all right. It will avoid any shock. And will you tell Corbeck that I would like to see him as soon as I can? I want to see those lamps and hear all about them. His attitude towards me filled me with delight. There was a possible father-in-law aspect that would have raised me from a deathbed. I was hurrying away to carry out his wishes, when, however, my hand was on the key of the door. His voice recalled me. Mr. Ross. I did not like to hear him say Mr. After he knew of my friendship with his daughter, he had called me Malcolm Ross. And this obvious return to formality not only pained, but filled me with apprehension. It must be something about Margaret. I thought of her as Margaret and not as Miss Trelawney, now that there was danger of losing her. I know now what I felt then, that I was determined to fight for her rather than lose her. I came back, unconsciously holding myself erect. Mr. Trelawney, the keen observer of men, seemed to read my thought. His face, which was set in a new anxiety, relaxed as he said, "Sit down a minute. It is better that we speak now than later. We are both men, and men of the world. All this about my daughter is very new to me and very sudden, and I want to know exactly how and where I stand. Mind, I am making no objection, but as a father, I have duties which are grave and may prove to be painful. He seemed slightly at a loss how to begin, and this gave me hope. I suppose I am to take it, from what you have said to me of your feelings towards my girl, that it is in your mind to be a suitor for her hand later on. I answered at once, absolutely, firm and fixed. It was my intention the evening after I had been with her on the river to seek you, of course after a proper and respectful interval, and to ask you if I might approach her on the subject. Events forced me into closer relationship more quickly than I had to hope would be possible. But that first purpose has remained fresh in my heart and has grown in intensity and multiplied itself with every hour which has passed since then. His face seemed to soften as he looked at me. The memory of his own youth was coming back to him instinctively. After a pause, he said, I suppose I may take it too, Malcolm Ross. The return to the familiarity of address swept through me with a glorious thrill. That as yet you have not made any protestation to my daughter. Not in words, sir. The arrière-pensée of my phrase struck me, not by its own humor, but through the grave, kindly smile on the father's face. There was a pleasant sarcasm in his comment. Not in words. That is dangerous. She might have doubted words, or even disbelieved them. I felt myself blushing to the roots of my hair as I went on. The duty of delicacy in her defenseless position, my respect for her father. I did not know you then, sir, as yourself, but only as her father restrained me. But even had not these barriers existed, I should not have dared in the presence of such grief and anxiety to have declared myself. Mr. Trelawney, I assure you on my word of honor that your daughter and I are as yet, on her part, but friends and nothing more. Once again he held out his hands, and we clasped each other warmly. Then he said heartily, I am satisfied, Malcolm Ross. Of course, I take it that until I have seen her and have given you permission, you will not make any declaration to my daughter in words, he added, with an indulgent smile. But his face became stern again as he went on. Time presses, and I have to think of some matters so urgent and so strange that I dare not lose an hour. Otherwise, I should not have been prepared to enter at so short a notice and to so new a friend on the subject of my daughter's settlement in life and of her future happiness. There was a dignity and a certain proudness in his manner which impressed me much. "I shall respect your wishes, sir," I said as I went back and opened the door. I heard him lock it behind me. When I told Mr. Corbeck that Mr. Trelawney had quite recovered, he began to dance about like a wild man. But he suddenly stopped and asked me to be careful not to draw any inferences, at all events at first, when in the future speaking of the finding of the lamps, or of the first visits to the tomb. This was in case Mr. Trelawney should speak to me on the subject, as of course he will, he added, with a sidelong look at me which meant knowledge of the affairs of my heart. I agreed to this, feeling that it was quite right. I did not quite understand why, but I knew that Mr. Trelawney was a peculiar man. In no case could one make a mistake by being reticent. Reticence is a quality which a strong man always respects. The manner in which the others of the house took the news of the recovery varied much. Mrs. Grant wept with emotion. Then she hurried off to see if she could do anything personally, and to set the house in order for Master, as she always called him. The nurse's face fell. She was deprived of an interesting case, but the disappointment was only momentary, and she rejoiced that the trouble was over. She was ready to come to the patient the moment she should be wanted. But in the meantime, she occupied herself in packing her portmanteau. I took Sergeant Daw into the study so that we should be alone when I told him the news. It surprised even his iron self-control when I told him the method of the waking. I was myself surprised in turn by his first words. And how did he explain the first attack? He was unconscious when the second was made. Up to that moment, the nature of the attack, which was the cause of my coming to the house, had never even crossed my mind, except when I had simply narrated the various occurrences in sequence to Mr. Trelawney. The detective did not seem to think much of my answer. Do you know, it never occurred to me to ask him. The professional instinct was strong in the man and seemed to supersede everything else. That is why so few cases are ever followed out, he said, unless our people are in them. Your amateur detective never hunts down to the death. As for ordinary people, the moment things begin to mend, and the strain of suspense is off them, they drop the matter in hand. It is like seasickness, he added philosophically after a pause. The moment you touch the shore, you never give it a thought, but run off to the buffet to feed. Well, Mr. Ross, I'm glad the case is over, for over it is, so far as I am concerned. I suppose that Mr. Trelawney knows his own business, and that now he is well again, he will take it up himself. Perhaps, however, he will not do anything, as he seemed to expect something to happen, but did not ask for protection from the police in any way. I take it that he don't want them to interfere with an eye to punishment. Will be told officially, I suppose, that it was an accident or sleepwalking or something of the kind, to satisfy the conscience of our record department, and that will be the end. As for me, I tell you frankly, sir, that it will be the saving of me. I verily believe I was beginning to get dotty over it all. There were too many mysteries that aren't in my line for me to be really satisfied as to either facts or the causes of them. Now I'll be able to wash my hands of it and get back to clean, wholesome criminal work. Of course, sir, I'll be glad to know if you ever do light on a cause of any kind. And I'll be grateful if you can ever tell me how the man was dragged out of bed when the cat bit him, and who used the knife the second time. For Master Silvio could never have done it by himself. But there, I keep thinking of it still. I must look out and keep a check on myself, or I shall think of it when I have to keep my mind on other things. When Margaret returned from her walk, I met her in the hall. She was still pale and sad. Somehow, I had expected to see her radiant after her walk. The moment she saw me, her eyes brightened, and she looked at me keenly. "You have some good news for me," she said. "Is father better?" "He is. Why did you think so?" "I saw it in your face. I must go to him at once." She was hurrying away when I stopped her. "He said he would send for you the moment he was dressed." "He said he would send for me," she repeated in amazement. "Then he is awake again and conscious. I had no idea he was so well as that. Oh, Malcolm." She sat down on the nearest chair and began to cry. I felt overcome myself. The sight of her joy and emotion, the mention of my own name in such a way and at such a time, the rush of glorious possibilities all coming together, quite unmanned me. She saw my emotion and seemed to understand. She put out her hand. I held it hard and kissed it. Such moments as these, the opportunities of lovers, are gifts of the gods. Up to this instant, though I knew I loved her, and though I believed she returned my affection, I had had only hope. Now, however, the self-surrender manifest in her willingness to let me squeeze her hand, the ardor of her pressure in return, and the glorious flush of love in her beautiful, deep, dark eyes as she lifted them to mine, were all the eloquences which the most impatient or exacting lover could expect or demand. No word was spoken, none was needed. Even had I not been pledged to verbal silence, words would have been poor and dull to express what we felt. Hand in hand, like two little children, we went up the staircase and waited on the landing till the summons from Mr. Trelawney should come. I whispered in her ear. It was nicer than speaking aloud, and at a greater distance, how her father had awakened, and what he had said, and all that had passed between us, except when she herself had been the subject of conversation. Presently a bell rang from the room. Margaret slipped from me and looked back with warning finger on lip. She went over to her father's door and knocked softly. "Come in," said the strong voice. "It is I, Father." The voice was tremulous with love and hope. There was a quick step inside the room. The door was hurriedly thrown open, and in an instant Margaret, who had sprung forward, was clasped in her father's arms. There was little speech, only a few broken phrases. "Father, dear, dear father. My child, Margaret, my dear, dear child. Oh, Father, Father, at last, at last." Here the father and daughter went into the room together, and the door closed. Chapter XIVThe, the birthmark. During my waiting for the summons to Mr. Trelawney's room, which I knew would come, the time was long and lonely. After the first few moments of emotional happiness at Margaret's joy, I somehow felt apart and alone, and for a little time the selfishness of a lover possessed me, but it was not for long. Margaret's happiness was all to me, and in the conscious sense of it, I lost my baser self. Margaret's last words as the door closed on them gave the key to the whole situation, as it had been and as it was. These two proud, strong people, though father and daughter, had only come to know each other when the girl was grown up. Margaret's nature was of that kind which matures early. The pride and strength of each, and the reticence which was their corollary, made a barrier at the beginning. Each had respected the other's reticence too much thereafter, and the misunderstanding grew to habit. And so these two loving hearts, each of which yearned for sympathy from the other, were kept apart. But now all was well, and in my heart of hearts, I rejoiced that at last Margaret was happy, whilst I was still musing on the subject, and dreaming dreams of a personal nature. The door was opened, and Mr. Trelawney beckoned to me. "Come in, Mr. Ross," he said cordially, but with a certain formality which I dreaded. I entered the room, and he closed the door again. He held out his hand, and I put mine in it. He did not let it go, but still held it as he drew me over toward his daughter. Margaret looked from me to him and back again, and her eyes fell. When I was close to her, Mr. Trelawney let go my hand, and looking his daughter straight in the face, said, "If things are as I fancy, we shall not have any secrets between us. Malcolm Ross knows so much of my affairs already that I take it he must either let matters stop where they are and go away in silence, or else he must know more. Margaret, are you willing to let Mr. Ross see your wrist?" She threw one swift look of appeal in his eyes, but even as she did so, she seemed to make up her mind. Without a word, she raised her right hand so that the bracelet of spreading wings which covered the wrist fell back, leaving the flesh bare. Then an icy chill shot through me. On her wrist was a thin red jagged line, from which seemed to hang red stains like drops of blood. She stood there, a veritable figure of patient pride. Oh, but she looked proud. Through all her sweetness, all her dignity, all her high-souled negation of self which I had known, and which never seemed more marked than now, through all the fire that seemed to shine from the dark depths of her eyes into my very soul, pride shone conspicuously. The pride that has faith, the pride that is born of conscious purity, the pride of a veritable queen of old time, when to be royal was to be the first and greatest and bravest in all high things. As we stood thus for some seconds, the deep, grave voice of her father seemed to sound a challenge in my ears. "What do you say now?" My answer was not in words. I caught Margaret's right hand in mine as it fell, and holding it tight, whilst with the other I pushed back the golden cincture, stooped and kissed the wrist. As I looked up at her, but never letting go her hand, there was a look of joy on her face such as I dream of when I think of heaven. Then I faced her father. "You have my answer, sir." His strong face looked gravely sweet. He only said one word as he laid his hand on our clasped ones, whilst he bent over and kissed his daughter. "Good." We were interrupted by a knock at the door. In answer to an impatient "come in" from Mr. Trelawney, Mr. Corbeck entered. When he saw us grouped, he would have drawn back, but in an instant Mr. Trelawney had sprung forth and dragged him forward. As he shook him by both hands, he seemed a transformed man. All the enthusiasm of his youth, of which Mr. Corbeck had told us, seemed to have come back to him in an instant. "So you have got the lamps," he almost shouted. My reasoning was right after all. "Come to the library where we will be alone, and tell me all about it. And while he does it, Ross, said he, turning to me, do you, like a good fellow, get the key from the safe deposit, so that I may have a look at the lamps. Then the three of them, the daughter lovingly holding her father's arm, went into the library, whilst I hurried off to Chancery Lane. When I returned with the key, I found them still engaged in the narrative, but Dr. Winchester, who had arrived soon after I left, was with them. Mr. Trelawney, on hearing from Margaret of his great attention and kindness, and how he had, under much pressure to the contrary, steadfastly obeyed his written wishes, had asked him to remain and listen. It will interest you, perhaps, he said, to learn the end of the story. We all had an early dinner together. We sat after it a good while, and then Mr. Trelawney said, now I think we had all better separate and go quietly to bed early. We may have much to talk about tomorrow. And tonight, I want to think. Dr. Winchester went away, taking, with a courteous forethought, Mr. Corbeck with him, and leaving me behind. When the others had gone, Mr. Trelawney said, I think it will be well if you, too, will go home for tonight. I want to be quite alone with my daughter. There are many things I wish to speak of to her, and to her alone. Perhaps, even tomorrow, I will be able to tell you also of them. But in the meantime, there will be less distraction to us both if we are alone in the house. I quite understood and sympathized with his feelings, but the experiences of the last few days were strong on me, and with some hesitation I said, but may it not be dangerous? If you knew as we do, to my surprise Margaret interrupted me. There will be no danger, Malcolm. I shall be with father. As she spoke, she clung to him in a protective way. I said no more, but stood up to go at once. Mr. Trelawney said heartily, Come as early as you please, Ross. Come to breakfast. After it, you and I will want to have a word together. He went out of the room quietly, leaving us together. I clasped and kissed Margaret's hands, which she held out to me, and then drew her close to me, and our lips met for the first time. I did not sleep much that night. Happiness on the one side of my bed and anxiety on the other kept sleep away. But if I had anxious care, I had also happiness which had not equal in my life, or ever can have. The night went by so quickly that the dawn seemed to rush on me, not stealing as is its wont. Before 9 o'clock, I was at Kensington. All anxiety seemed to float away like a cloud as I met Margaret, and saw that already the pallor of her face had given to the rich bloom which I knew. She told me that her father had slept well, and that he would be with us soon. I do believe, she whispered, that my dear and thoughtful father has kept back on purpose, so that I might meet you first, and alone. After breakfast, Mr. Trelawney took us into the study, saying as he passed in, "I have asked Margaret to come too." When we were seated, he said gravely, "I told you last night that we might have something to say to each other. I dare say that you may have thought that it was about Margaret and yourself. Isn't that so?" "I thought so." "Well, my boy, that is all right. Margaret and I have been talking, and I know her wishes." He held out his hand. When I wrung it and had kissed Margaret, who drew her chair close to mine, so that we could hold hands as we listened, he went on, but with a certain hesitation. It could hardly be called nervousness, which was new to me. "You know a good deal of my hunt after this mummy and her belongings, and I dare say you have guessed a good deal of my theories. But these, at any rate, I shall explain later, concisely and categorically, if it be necessary. What I want to consult you about now is this. Margaret and I disagree on one point. I am about to make an experiment, the experiment which is to crown all that I have devoted 20 years of research and danger and labor to prepare for. Through it, we may learn things that have been hidden from the eyes and the knowledge of men for centuries, for scores of centuries. I do not want my daughter to be present, for I cannot blind myself to the fact that there may be danger in it, great danger, and of an unknown kind. I have, however, already faced very great dangers, and of an unknown kind, and so has that brave scholar who has helped me in the work. As to myself, I am willing to run any risk, for science and history and philosophy may benefit, and we may turn one old page of a wisdom unknown in this prosaic age. But for my daughter to run such a risk, I am loth. Her young, bright life is too precious to throw lightly away, now especially when she is on the very threshold of new happiness. I do not wish to see her life given as her dear mother's was. He broke down for a moment and covered his eyes with his hands. In an instant, Margaret was beside him, clasping him close and kissing him and comforting him with loving words. Then, standing erect, with one hand on his head, she said, "Father, Mother did not bid you stay beside her, even when you wanted to go on that journey of unknown danger to Egypt, though that country was then upset from end to end with war and the dangers that follow war. You have told me how she left you free to go as you wished, though that she thought of danger for you and feared it for you is proved by this." She held up her wrist with the scar that seemed to run blood. "Now, mother's daughter does as mother would have done herself." Then she turned to me. "Malcolm, you know I love you. But love is trust, and you must trust me in danger as well as in joy. You and I must stand beside Father in this unknown peril. Together we shall come through it, or together we shall fail. Together we shall die. That is my wish, my first wish to my husband that is to be. Do you not think that, as a daughter, I am right? Tell my father what you think." She looked like a queen stooping to plead. My love for her grew and grew. I stood up beside her and took her hand and said, "Mr. Trelawney, in this Margaret and I are one." He took both our hands and held them hard. Presently he said with deep emotion, "It is as her mother would have done." Mr. Corbeck and Dr. Winchester came exactly at the time appointed and joined us in the library. Despite my great happiness, I felt our meeting to be a very solemn function, for I could never forget the strange things that had been, and the idea of the strange things which might be was with me like a cloud, pressing down on us all. From the gravity of my companions, I gathered that each of them also was ruled by some such dominating thought. Instinctively, we gathered our chairs into a circle round Mr. Trelawney, who had taken the great armchair near the window. Margaret sat by him on his right, and I was next to her. Mr. Corbeck was on his left, with Dr. Winchester on the other side. After a few seconds of silence, Mr. Trelawney said to Mr. Corbeck, "You have told Dr. Winchester all up to the present, as we arranged." "Yes," he answered. So Mr. Trelawney said, "And I have told Margaret, so we all know." Then, turning to the doctor, he asked, "And am I to take it that you, knowing all as we know it, who have followed the matter for years, wish to share in the experiment which we hope to make?" His answer was direct and uncompromising. "Certainly. Why, when this matter was fresh to me, I offered to go on with it to the end. Now that it is of such strange interest, I would not miss it for anything which you could name. Be quite easy in your mind, Mr. Trelawney. I am a scientist and an investigator of phenomena. I have no one belonging to me or dependent on me. I am quite alone and free to do what I like with my own, including my life." Mr. Trelawney bowed gravely, and turning to Mr. Corbeck said, "I have known your ideas for many years past, old friend, so I need ask you nothing. As to Margaret and Malcolm Ross, they have already told me their wishes in no uncertain way." He paused a few seconds, as though to put his thoughts or his words in order. Then he began to explain his views and intentions. He spoke very carefully, seeming always to bear in mind that some of us who listened were ignorant of the very root and nature of some things touched upon, and explaining them to us as he went on. The experiment which is before us is to try whether or no there is any force, any reality in the old magic. There could not possibly be more favorable conditions for the test, and it is my own desire to do all that is possible to make the original design effective. That there is some such existing power, I firmly believe. It might not be possible to create or arrange or organize such a power in our own time, but I take it that if in old times such a power existed, it may have some exceptional survival. After all, the Bible is not a myth, and we read there that the sun stood still at a man's command, and that an ass, not a human one, spoke. And if the witch at Endor could call up to Saul the spirit of Samuel, why may not there have been others with equal powers? And why may not one among them survive? Indeed, we are told in the book of Samuel that the witch of Endor was only one of many, and her being consulted by Saul was a matter of chance. He only sought one among the many whom he had driven out of Israel, all those that had familiar spirits and the wizards. This Egyptian queen, Tera, who reigned nearly 2,000 years before Saul, had a familiar and was a wizard too. See how the priests of her time and those after it tried to wipe out her name from the face of the earth and put a curse over the very door of her tomb so that none might ever discover the lost name. Aye, and they succeeded so well that even Manetho, the historian of the Egyptian kings, writing in the 10th century before Christ, with all the lore of the priesthood for 40 centuries behind him, and with possibility of access to every existing record, could not even find her name. Did it strike any of you, in thinking of the late events, who or what her familiar was? There was an interruption, for Dr. Winchester struck one hand loudly on the other as he ejaculated, "The cat, the mummy cat, I knew it." Mr. Trelawney smiled over at him. "You are right. There is every indication that the familiar of the wizard queen was that cat which was mummied when she was, and was not only placed in her tomb, but was laid in the sarcophagus with her. That was what bit into my wrist, what cut me with sharp claws." He paused. Margaret's comment was a purely girlish one. "Then my poor Silvio is acquitted. I am glad. Her father stroked her hair and went on. This woman seems to have had an extraordinary foresight. Foresight far, far beyond her age and the philosophy of her time. She seems to have seen through the weakness of her own religion and even prepared for emergence into a different world. All her aspirations were for the north, the point of the compass whence blew the cool, invigorating breezes that make life a joy. From the first, her eyes seem to have been attracted to the 7 stars of the plough from the fact, as recorded in the hieroglyphics in her tomb, that at her birth a great aerolite fell, from whose heart was finally extracted that jewel of 7 stars, which she regarded as the talisman of her life. It seems to have so far ruled her destiny that all her thought and care circled round it. The magic coffer, so wondrously wrought with 7 sides, we learn from the same source, came from the aerolite. 7 was to her a magic number, and no wonder. With 7 fingers on one hand and 7 toes on one foot, with a talisman of a rare ruby with 7 stars in the same position as in that constellation which ruled her birth, each star of the 7 having 7 points in itself, a geological wonder. It would have been odd if she had not been attracted by it again. She was born, we learn in the stele of her tomb, in the 7th month of the year, the month beginning with the inundation of the Nile, of which month the presiding goddess was Hathor, the goddess of her own house, of the Antiphs of the Theban line, the goddess who in various forms symbolizes beauty and pleasure and resurrection. Again, in this 7th month, which by later Egyptian astronomy began on October 28th and ran to the 27th of our November, on the 7th day, the pointer of the plough just rises above the horizon of the sky at Thebes. In a marvelously strange way, therefore, are grouped into this woman's life these various things. The number 7, the pole star with the constellation of 7 stars, the god of the month, Hathor, who was her own particular god, the god of her family, the Antiphs of the Theban dynasty, whose king's symbol it was, and whose 7 forms ruled love and the delights of life and resurrection, if ever there was ground for magic, for the power of symbolism carried into mystic use, for a belief in finite spirits in an age which knew not the living God. It is here. Remember, too, that this woman was skilled in all the science of her time. Her wise and cautious father took care of that, knowing that by her own wisdom she must ultimately combat the intrigues of the hierarchy. Bear in mind that in old Egypt the science of astronomy began and was developed to an extraordinary height, and that astrology followed astronomy in its progress, and it is possible that in the later developments of science with regard to light rays, we may yet find that astrology is on a scientific basis. Our next wave of scientific thought may deal with this. I shall have something special to call your minds to on this point presently. Bear in mind also that the Egyptians knew sciences, of which today, despite all our advantages, we are profoundly ignorant. Acoustics, for instance, an exact science with the builders of the temples of Karnak, of Luxor, of the pyramids, is today a mystery to Bell and Kelvin and Edison and Marconi. Again, these old miracle workers probably understood some practical way of using other forces, and amongst them the forces of light that at present we do not dream of. But of this matter I shall speak later. That magic coffer of Queen Tera is probably a magic box in more ways than one. It may, possibly it does contain forces that we wot not of. We cannot open it. It must be closed from within. How then was it closed? It is a coffer of solid stone, of amazing hardness, more like a jewel than an ordinary marble, with a lid equally solid. And yet all is so finely wrought that the finest tool made today cannot be inserted under the flange. How was it wrought to such perfection? How was the stone so chosen that those translucent patches match the relations of the 7 stars of the constellation? How is it, or from what cause, that when the starlight shines on it, it glows from within, that, when I fix the lamps in similar form, the glow grows greater still? And yet the box is irresponsive to ordinary light, however great. I tell you that that box hides some great mystery of science. We shall find that the light will open it in some way, either by striking on some substance, sensitive in a peculiar way to its effect, or in releasing some greater power. I only trust that in our ignorance we may not so bungle things as to do harm to its mechanism, and so deprive the knowledge of our time of a lesson handed down, as by a miracle, through nearly 5,000 years. In another way, too, there may be hidden in that box secrets which, for good or ill, may enlighten the world. We know from their records, and inferentially also, that the Egyptians studied the properties of herbs and minerals for magic purposes, white magic as well as black. We know that some of the wizards of old could induce from sleep dreams of any given kind. That this purpose was mainly effected by hypnotism, which was another art or science of old Nile, I have little doubt. But still, they must have had a mastery of drugs that is far beyond anything we know. With our own pharmacopoeia we can, to a certain extent, induce dreams. We may even differentiate between good and bad dreams of pleasure, or disturbing and harrowing dreams. But these old practitioners seem to have been able to command at will any form or color of dreaming, could work round any given subject or thought in almost any was required. In that coffer which you have seen may rest a very armory of dreams. Indeed, some of the forces that lie within it may have been already used in my household. Again, there was an interruption from Dr. Winchester. But if in your case some of these imprisoned forces were used, what set them free at the opportune time, or how? Besides, you and Mr. Corbeck were once before put into a trance for 3 whole days, when you were in the Queen's tomb for the 2nd time. And then, as I gathered from Mr. Corbeck's story, the coffer was not back in the tomb, though the mummy was. Surely, in both these cases, there must have been some active intelligence awake, and with some other power to wield. Mr. Trelawney's answer was equally to the point. There was some active intelligence awake. I am convinced of it, and it wielded a power which it never lacks. I believe that on both those occasions hypnotism was the power wielded. And wherein is that power contained? What view do you hold on the subject? Dr. Winchester's voice vibrated with the intensity of his excitement as he leaned forward, breathing hard, and with eyes staring. Mr. Trelawney said solemnly, "In the mummy of the Queen Tera." I was coming to that presently. Perhaps we had better wait till I clear the ground a little. What I hold is that the preparation of that box was made for a special occasion, as indeed were all the preparations of the tomb, and all belonging to it. Queen Tera did not trouble herself to guard against snakes and scorpions. In that rocky tomb, cut in the sheer cliff, face 100 feet above the level of the valley, and 50 down from the summit, her precautions were against the disturbances of human hands, against the jealousy and hatred of the priests, who, had they known of her real aims, would have tried to baffle them. From her point of view, she made all ready for the time of resurrection, whenever that might be. I gather from the symbolic pictures in the tomb that she so far differed from the belief of her time that she looked for a resurrection in the flesh. It was doubtless this that intensified the hatred of the priesthood and gave them an acceptable cause for obliterating the very existence, present and future, of one who had outraged their theories and blasphemed their gods. All that she might require, either in the accomplishment of the resurrection or after it, were contained in that almost hermetically sealed suite of chambers in the rock, in the great sarcophagus, which, as you know, is of a size quite unusual even for kings, was the mummy of her familiar, the cat, which, from its great size, I take to be a sort of tiger cat. In the tomb, also in a strong receptacle, were the canopic jars usually containing those internal organs which are separately embalmed, but which in this case had no such contents, so that, I take it, there was in her case a departure in embalming, and that the organs were restored to the body, each in its proper place, if indeed they had ever been removed. If this surmise be true, we shall find that the brain of the queen either was never extracted in the usual way, or if so taken out, that it was duly replaced, instead of being enclosed within the mummy wrappings. Finally, in the sarcophagus, there was the magic coffer on which her feet rested. Mark you also the care taken in the preservance of her power to control the elements. According to her belief, the open hand outside the wrappings controlled the air, and the strange jewel stone with the shining stars controlled fire. The symbolism inscribed on the soles of her feet gave sway over land and water. About the star stone I shall tell you later, but whilst we are speaking of the sarcophagus, mark how she guarded her secret in case of grave wrecking or intrusion. None could open her magic coffer without the lamps, for we know now that ordinary light will not be effective. The great lid of the sarcophagus was not sealed down as usual, because she wished to control the air, but she hid the lamps, which in structure belonged to the magic coffer, in a place where none could find them, except by following the secret guidance which she had prepared for only the eyes of wisdom. And even here she had guarded against chance discovery by preparing a bolt of death for the unwary discoverer. To do this, she had applied the lesson of the tradition of the avenging guard of the treasures of the pyramid, built by her great predecessor of the 4th dynasty of the throne of Egypt. You have noted, I suppose, how there were, in the case of her tomb, certain deviations from the usual rules. For instance, the shaft of the mummy pit, which is usually filled up solid with stones and rubbish, was left open. Why was this? I take it that she had made arrangements for leaving the tomb when, after her resurrection, she should be a new woman with a different personality and less inured to the hardships that in her first existence she had suffered. so far as we can judge of her intent, all things needful for her exit into the world had been thought of, even to the iron chain described by Van Hine, close to the door in the rock, by which she might be able to lower herself to the ground. That she expected a long period to elapse was shown in the choice of material. An ordinary rope would be rendered weaker or unsafe in process of time, but she imagined, and rightly, that the iron would endure. What her intentions were, when once she trod the open earth afresh, we do not know, and we never shall, unless her own dead lips can soften and speak. Chapter XV, The Purpose of Queen Tera. Now as to the star jewel. This she manifestly regarded as the greatest of her treasures. On it she had engraven words which none of her time dared to speak. In the old Egyptian belief, it was held that there were words, which, if used properly for the method of speaking them, was as important as the words themselves, could command the lords of the upper and the lower worlds. The heko, or word of power, was all important in certain ritual. On the jewel of 7 stars, which, as you know, is carved into the image of a scarab, are graven in hieroglyphic 2 such heko, one above, the other underneath. But you will understand better when you see it. Wait here. Do not stir. As he spoke, he rose and left the room. A great fear for him came over me, but I was in some strange way relieved when I looked at Margaret. Whenever there had been any possibility of danger to her father, she had shown great fear for him. Now she was calm and placid. I said nothing, but waited. In 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. Trelawney returned. He held in his hand a little golden box. This, as he resumed his seat, he placed before him on the table. We all leaned forward as he opened it. On a lining of white satin lay a wondrous ruby of immense size, almost as big as the top joint of Margaret's little finger. It was carven. It could not possibly have been its natural shape. But jewels do not show the working of the tool into the shape of a scarab, with its wings folded, and its legs and feelers pressed back to its sides. Shining through its wondrous pigeon's blood color were 7 different stars, each of 7 points, in such position that they reproduced exactly the figure of the plough. There could be no possible mistake as to this in the mind of anyone who had ever noted the constellation on it or some hieroglyphic figures, cut with the most exquisite precision, as I could see when it came to my turn to use the magnifying glass, which Mr. Trelawney took from his pocket and handed to us. When we all had seen it fully, Mr. Trelawney turned it over so that it rested on its back in a cavity made to hold it in the upper half of the box. The reverse was no less wonderful than the upper, being carved to resemble the underside of the beetle. It, too, had some hieroglyphic figures cut on it. Mr. Trelawney resumed his lecture as we all sat with our heads close to this wonderful jewel. As you see, there are two words, one on the top, the other underneath. The symbols on the top represent a single word, composed of one syllable prolonged, with its determinatives. You know, all of you, I suppose, that the Egyptian language was phonetic, and that the hieroglyphic symbol represented the sound. The first symbol here, the ho, means myrrh, and the two pointed ellipses the prolongation of the final R. Myrrh, the sitting figure with the hand to its face, is what we call the determinative of thought, and the role of papyrus that of abstraction. Thus we get the word myrrh, love, in its abstract, general, and fullest sense. This is the heko which can command the upper world. Margaret's face was a glory as she said in a deep, low, ringing tone, "Oh, but it is true. How the old wonder-workers guessed at almighty truth." Then a hot blush swept her face, and her eyes fell. Her father smiled at her lovingly as he resumed. The symbolization of the word on the reverse is simpler, though the meaning is more abstruse. The first symbol means men, abiding, and the second, ab, the heart, so that we get abiding of heart, or in our own language, patience. And this is the heko to control the lower world. He closed the box, and motioning us to remain as we were, he went back to his room to replace the jewel in the safe. When he had returned and resumed his seat, he went on. That jewel, with its mystic words, and which Queen Tera held under her hand in the sarcophagus, was to be an important factor, probably the most important, in the working out of the act of her resurrection. From the first, I seemed by a sort of instinct to realize this. I kept the jewel within my great safe, whence none could extract it, not even Queen Tera herself with her astral body. Her astral body. What is that, Father? What does that mean? There was a keenness in Margaret's voice as she asked the question which surprised me a little. But Trelawney smiled a sort of indulgent parental smile, which came through his grim solemnity like sunshine through a rifted cloud, as he spoke. The astral body, which is a part of Buddhist belief, long subsequent to the time I speak of, and which is an accepted fact of modern mysticism, had its rise in ancient Egypt, at least, so far as we know it, is that the gifted individual can at will, quick as thought itself, transfer his body whithersoever he chooses, by the dissolution and reincarnation of particles. In the ancient belief, there were several parts of a human being. You may as well know them, so that you will understand matters relative to them, or dependent on them as they occur. First there is the ka, or double, which, as Dr. Budge explains, may be defined as an abstract individuality of personality, which was imbued with all the characteristic attributes of the individual it represented, and possessed an absolutely independent existence. It was free to move from place to place on earth at will, and it could enter into heaven and hold converse with the gods. Then there was the ba, or soul, which dwelt in the ka, and had the power of becoming corporeal or incorporeal at will. It had both substance and form. It had power to leave the tomb. It could revisit the body in the tomb, and could reincarnate it and hold converse with it. Again, there was the ku, the spiritual intelligence, or spirit. It took the form of a shining, luminous, intangible shape of the body. Then again, there was the sekhem, or power of a man, his strength or vital force personified. These were the kaibit, or shadow, the ren, or name, the kot, or physical body, and ab, the heart, in which life was seated, went to the full making up of a man. Thus you will see that if this division of functions, spiritual and bodily, ethereal and corporeal, ideal and actual, be accepted as exact, there are all the possibilities and capabilities of corporeal transference, guided always by an unimprisonable will or intelligence. As he paused, I murmured the lines from Shelley's Prometheus Unbound. The Magnus Zoroaster met his own image walking in the garden. Mr. Trelawney was not displeased. Quite so, he said, in his quiet way. Shelley had a better conception of ancient beliefs than any of our poets. With a voice changed again, he resumed his lecture, for so it was to some of us. There is another belief of the ancient Egyptian which you must bear in mind, that regarding the Ushaptiu figures of Osiris, which were placed with the dead to its work in the underworld. The enlargement of this idea came to a belief that it was possible to transmit, by magical formulae, the soul and qualities of any living creature to a figure made in its image. This would give a terrible extension of power to one who held the gift of magic. It is from a union of these various beliefs and their natural corollaries that I have come to the conclusion that Queen Tera expected to be able to effect her own resurrection when and where and how she would. That she may have held before her a definite time for making her effort is not only possible, but likely. I shall not stop now to explain it, but shall enter upon the subject later on. With a soul with the gods, a spirit which could wander the earth at will, and a power of corporeal transference, or an astral body, there need be no bounds or limits to her ambition. The belief is forced upon us that for these 40 or 50 centuries she lay dormant in her tomb, waiting with that patience which could rule the gods of the underworld, for that love which could command those of the upper world. What she may have dreamt, we know not. But her dream must have been broken when the Dutch explorer entered her sculptured cavern, and his follower violated the sacred privacy of her tomb by his rude outrage in the theft of her hand. That theft, with all that followed, proved to us one thing, however, that each part of her body, though separated from the rest, can be a central point or rallying place for the items or particles of her astral body. That hand in my room could ensure her instantaneous presence in the flesh and its equally rapid dissolution. Now comes the crown of my argument. The purpose of the attack on me was to get the safe open, so that the sacred jewel of 7 stars could be extracted. That immense door of the safe could not keep out her astral body, which, or any part of it, could gather itself as well within as without the safe. And I doubt not that in the darkness of the night that mummed hand sought often the talisman jewel and drew new inspiration from its touch. But despite all its power, the astral body could not remove the jewel through the chinks of the safe. The ruby is not astral, and it could only be moved in the ordinary way by the opening of the doors. To this end, the queen used her astral body and the fierce force of her familiar to bring to the keyhole of the safe the master key which debarred her wish. For years I have suspected, nay, have believed as much, and I too guarded myself against powers of the nether world. I too waited in patience till I should have gathered together all the factors required for the opening of the magic coffer and the resurrection of the mummed queen. He paused, and his daughter's voice came out sweet and clear and full of intense feeling. Father, in the Egyptian belief, was the power of resurrection of a mummed body a general one, Or was it limited? That is, could it achieve resurrection many times in the course of ages, or only once, and that one final? There was but one resurrection, he answered. There were some who believed that this was to be a definite resurrection of the body into the real world. But in the common belief, the spirit found joy in the Elysian fields, where there was plenty of food, and no fear of famine, where there was moisture and deep-rooted reeds, and all the joys that are to be expected by the people of an arid land and burning clime. Then Margaret spoke with an earnestness which showed the conviction of her inmost soul. To me, then, it is given to understand what was the dream of this great and far-thinking and high-souled lady of old, the dream that held her soul in patient waiting for its realization through the passing of all those tens of centuries. The dream of a love that might be, a love that she felt she might, even under new conditions, herself evoke. The love that is the dream of every woman's life, of the old and of the new, pagan or Christian, under whatever sun, in whatever rank or calling, however may have been the joy or pain of her life in other ways. Oh, I know it, I know it. I am a woman, and I know a woman's heart. What were the lack of food, or the plenitude of it? What were feast or famine to this woman, born in a palace, with the shadow of the crown of the two Egypts on her brows? What were reedy morasses, or the tinkle of running water to her, whose barges could sweep the great Nile from the mountains to the sea? What were petty joys and absence of petty fears to her, the raising of whose hand could hurl armies, or draw to the water stairs of her palaces the commerce of the world, at whose word rose temples filled with all the artistic beauty of the times of old, which it was her aim and pleasure to restore, under whose guidance the solid rock yawned into the sepulchre that she designed? Surely, surely, such a one had nobler dreams. I can feel them in my heart. I can see them with my sleeping eyes. As she spoke, she seemed to be inspired, and her eyes had a far-away look, as though they saw something beyond mortal sight. And then the deep eyes filled up with unshed tears of great emotion. The very soul of the woman seemed to speak in her voice, whilst we who listened sat entranced. I can see her in her loneliness, and in the silence of her mighty pride, dreaming her own dream of things far different from those around her, of some other land, far, far away under the canopy of the silent night, lit by the cool, beautiful light of the stars. A land under that northern star, whence blew the sweet winds that cooled the feverish desert air. a land of wholesome greenery, far, far away, where were no scheming and malignant priesthood, whose ideas were to lead to power through gloomy temples and more gloomy caverns of the dead, through an endless ritual of death, a land where love was not base, but a divine possession of the soul, where there might be someone kindred spirit which could speak to hers through mortal lips like her own, whose being could merge with hers in a sweet communion of soul to soul, even as their breaths could mingle in the ambient air. I know the feeling, for I have shared it myself. I may speak of it now, since the blessing has come into my own life. I may speak of it, since it enables me to interpret the feelings, the very longing soul of that sweet and lovely queen, so different from her surroundings, so high above her time, whose nature, put into a word, could control the forces of the underworld, and the name of whose aspiration, though but graven on a starlit jewel, could command all the powers in the pantheon of the high gods. And in the realization of that dream, she will surely be content to rest. We men sat silent as the young girl gave her powerful interpretation of the design or purpose of the woman of old. Her every word and tone carried with it the conviction of her own belief. The loftiness of her thoughts seemed to uplift us all as we listened. Her noble words, flowing in musical cadence and vibrant with internal force, seemed to issue from some great instrument of elemental power. Even her tone was new to us all, so that we listened as to some new and strange being from a new and strange world. Her father's face was full of delight. I knew now its cause. I understood the happiness that had come into his life on his return to the world that he knew, from that prolonged sojourn in the world of dreams, to find in his daughter, whose nature he had never till now known, such a wealth of affection, such a splendor of spiritual insight, such a scholarly imagination, such. The rest of his feeling was of hope. The two other men were silent, unconsciously. One man had had his dreaming, for the other, his dreams were to come. For myself, I was like one in a trance. Who was this new, radiant being who had won to existence out of the mist and darkness of our fears? Love has divine possibilities for the lover's heart. The wings of the soul may expand at any time from the shoulders of the loved one, who then may sweep into angel form. I knew that in my Margaret's nature were divine possibilities of many kinds. When under the shade of the overhanging willow tree on the river, I had gazed into the depths of her beautiful eyes, I had thenceforth a strict belief in the manifold beauties and excellences of her nature. But This soaring and understanding spirit was, indeed, a revelation. My pride, like her father S, was outside myself. My joy and rapture were complete and supreme when we had all got back to earth again in our various ways. Mr. Trelawney, holding his daughter's hand in his, went on with his discourse. Now, as to the time at which Queen Tera intended her resurrection to take place, we are in contact with some of the higher astronomical calculations in connection with true orientation. As you know, the stars shift their relative positions in the heavens, but though the real distances traversed are beyond all ordinary comprehension, the effects as we see them are small. Nevertheless, they are susceptible of measurement, not by years indeed, but by centuries. It was by this means that Sir John Herschel arrived at the date of the building of the Great Pyramid, a date fixed by the time necessary to change the star of the true north from Draconis to the pole star, and since then verified by later discoveries. From the above there can be no doubt whatever that astronomy was an exact science with the Egyptians at least 1,000 years before the time of Queen Tera. Now, the stars that go to make up a constellation change, in process of time, their relative positions, and the plough is a notable example. The changes in the position of stars in even 40 centuries is so small as to be hardly noticeable by an eye not trained to minute observances. But they can be measured and verified. Did you, or any of you, notice how exactly the stars in the ruby correspond to the position of the stars in the plough? Or how the same holds with regard to the translucent places in the magic coffer? We all assented. He went on. You are quite correct. They correspond exactly. And yet, when Queen Tera was laid in her tomb, neither the stars in the jewel nor the translucent places in the coffer corresponded to the position of the stars in the constellation as they then were. We looked at each other as he paused. A new light was breaking upon us. With a ring of mastery in his voice, he went on. Do you not see the meaning of this? Does it not throw a light on the intention of the queen? She, who was guided by augury and magic and superstition, naturally chose a time for her resurrection which seemed to have been pointed out by the high gods themselves, who had sent their message on a thunderbolt from other worlds. When such a time was fixed by supernal wisdom, would it not be the height of human wisdom to avail itself of it? Thus it is. Here his voice deepened and trembled with with the intensity of his feeling. That to us and our time is given the opportunity of this wondrous peep into the old world, such as has been the privilege of none other of our time, which may never be again. From first to last, the cryptic writing and symbolism of that wondrous tomb of that wondrous woman is full of guiding light, and the key of the many mysteries lies in that most wondrous jewel which she held in her dead hand over the dead heart, which she hoped and believed would beat again in a newer and nobler world. There are only loose ends now to consider. Margaret has given us the true inwardness of the feeling of the other queen. He looked at her fondly and stroked her hand as he said it. For my own part, sincerely hope she is right, for in such case it will be a joy, I am sure, to all of us to assist at such a realization of hope. But we must not go too fast or believe too much in our present state of knowledge. The voice that we hearken for comes out of times strangely other than our own, when human life counted for little, and when the morality of the time made little account of the removing of obstacles in the way to achievement of desire. We must keep our eyes fixed on the scientific side and wait for the developments on the psychic side. Now, as to this stone box, which we call the magic coffer, as I have said, I am convinced that it opens only in obedience to some principle of light, or the exercise of some of its forces at present unknown to us. There is here much ground for conjecture and for experiment, for as yet the scientists have not thoroughly differentiated the kinds and powers and degrees of light. Without analyzing various rays, we may, I think, take it for granted that there are different qualities and powers of light, and this great field of scientific investigation is almost virgin soil. We know as yet so little of natural forces that imagination need set no bounds to its flights in considering the possibilities of the future. Within but a few years, we have made such discoveries as 2 centuries ago would have sent the discoverers to the flames. The liquefaction of oxygen, the existence of radium, of helium, of polonium, of argon, the different powers of Röntgen and cathode and Becquerel rays. And as we may finally prove that there are different kinds and qualities of light, so we may find that combustion may have its own powers of differentiation, that there are qualities in some flames non-existent in others. It may be that some of the essential conditions of substance are continuous, even in the destruction of their bases. Last night I was thinking of this, and reasoning that as there are certain qualities in some oils which are not in others. So there may be certain similar or corresponding qualities or powers in the combinations of each. I suppose we have all noticed some time or other that the light of colza oil is not quite the same as that of paraffin, or that the flames of coal gas and whale oil are different. They find it so in the lighthouses. All at once, it occurred to me that there might be some special virtue in the oil which had been found in the jars when Queen Tera's tomb was opened. These had not been used to preserve the intestines as usual, so they must have been placed there for some other purpose. I remembered that in Van Hein's narrative he had commented on the way the jars were sealed. This was lightly, though effectually. They could be opened without force. The jars were themselves preserved in a sarcophagus, which, though of immense strength and hermetically sealed, could be opened easily. Accordingly, I went at once to examine the jars. A very little of the oil still remained, but it had grown thick in the 2.5 centuries in which the jars had been open. Still, it was not rancid, and on examining it, I found it was cedar oil, and that it still exhaled something of its original aroma. This gave me the idea that it was to be used to fill the lamps. Whoever had placed the oil in the jars, and the jars in the sarcophagus, knew that there might be shrinkage in process of time, even in vases of alabaster, and fully allowed for it, for each of the jars would have filled the lamps 6 times. With part of the oil remaining, I made some experiments, therefore, which may give useful results. You know, Doctor, that cedar oil, which was much used in the preparation and ceremonials of the Egyptian dead, has a certain refractive power which we do not find in other oils. For instance, we use it on the lenses of our microscopes to give additional clearness of vision. Last night, I put some in one of the lamps and placed it near a translucent part of the magic coffer. The effect was very great. The glow of light within was fuller and more intense than I could have imagined, where an electric light similarly placed had little, if any, effect. I should have tried others of the 7 lamps, but that my supply of oil ran out. This, however, is on the road to rectification. I have sent for more cedar oil and expect to have before long an ample supply. Whatever may happen from other causes, our experiment shall not, at all events, fail from this. We shall see. We shall see. Dr. Winchester had evidently been following the logical process of the other's mind, for his comment was, "I do hope that, when the light is effective in opening the box, the mechanism will not be impaired or destroyed. His doubt as to this gave anxious thought to some of us. Chapter XVIIIe, the Cavern. In the evening mister, Trelawney took again the whole party into the study. When we were all attention, he began to unfold his plans. I have come to the conclusion that for the proper carrying out of what we will call our great experiment, we must have absolute and complete isolation. Isolation not merely for a day or two, but for as long as we may require. Here such a thing would be impossible. The needs and habits of a great city, with its ingrained possibilities of interruption, would, or might, quite upset us. Telegrams, registered letters, or express messengers would alone be sufficient. But the great army of those who want to get something would make disaster certain. In addition, the occurrences of the last week have drawn police attention to this house. Even if special instructions to keep an eye on it have not been issued from Scotland Yard or the district station, you may be sure that the individual policeman on his rounds will keep it well under observation. Besides, the servants who have discharged themselves will before long begin to talk. They must, for they have, for the sake of their own characters, to give some reason for the termination of a service which has, I should say, a position in the neighborhood. The servants of the neighbors will begin to talk, and perhaps the neighbors themselves. Then the active and intelligent press will, with its usual zeal for the enlightenment of the public and its eye to increase of circulation, get hold of the matter. When the reporter is after us, we shall not have much chance of privacy. Even if we were to bar ourselves in, we should not be free from interruption, possibly from intrusion. Either would ruin our plans, and so we must take measures to effect a retreat, carrying all our impedimenta with us. For this I am prepared. For a long time past, I have foreseen such a possibility, and have made preparation for it. Of course, I had no foreknowledge of what has happened, but I knew something would or might happen. For more than 2 years past, my house in Cornwall has been made ready to receive all the curios which are preserved here. When Corbeck went off on his search for the lamps, I had the old house at Killian made ready. It is fitted with electric light all over, and all the appliances for manufacture of the light are complete. I had perhaps better tell you, for none of you, not even Margaret, knows anything of it, that the house is absolutely shut out from public access, or even from view. It stands on a little rocky promontory behind a steep hill, and except from the sea cannot be seen. Of old it was fenced in by a high stone wall, for the house which it succeeded was built by an ancestor of mine in the days when a great house far away from a center had to be prepared to defend itself. Here, then, is a place so well adapted to our needs that it might have been prepared on purpose. I shall explain it to you when we are all there. This will not be long, for already our movement is in train. I have sent word to Marvin to have all preparation for our transport ready. He is to have a special train, which is to run at night so as to avoid notice. Also a number of carts and stone wagons, with sufficient men and appliances to take all our packing cases to Paddington. We shall be away before the Argoside pressman is on the watch. We shall today begin our packing up, and I dare say that by tomorrow night we shall be ready. In the outhouses, I have all the packing cases which were used for bringing the things from Egypt, and I am satisfied that as they were sufficient for the journey across the desert and down the Nile to Alexandria, and thence on to London, they will serve without fail between here and Killian. We 4 men, with Margaret to hand us such things as we may require, will be able to get the things packed safely, and the carrier's men will take them to the trucks. Today the servants go to Killian, and Mrs. Grant will make such arrangements as may be required. She will take a stock of necessaries with her, so that we will not attract local attention by our daily needs, and will keep us supplied with perishable food from London, thanks to Margaret's wise and generous treatment of the servants who decided to remain. We have got a staff on which we can depend. They have been already cautioned to secrecy, so that we need not fear gossip from within. Indeed, as the servants will be in London after their preparations at Killian are complete, there will not be much subject for gossip, in detail at any rate. As, however, we should commence the immediate work of packing at once, we will leave over the after proceedings till later when we have leisure. Accordingly, we set about our work. Under Mr. Trelawney's guidance, and aided by the servants, we took from the outhouses great packing cases. Some of these were of enormous strength, fortified by many thicknesses of wood, and by iron bands and rods, with screw ends and nuts. We placed them throughout the house, each close to the object which it was to contain. When this preliminary work had been effected, and there had been placed in each room, and in the hall great masses of new hay, cotton waste, and paper, the servants were sent away. Then we set about packing. No one, not accustomed to packing, could have the slightest idea of the amount of work involved in such a task as that in which we were engaged. For my own part, I had had a vague idea that there were a large number of Egyptian objects in Mr. Trelawney's house, but until I came to deal with them seriatim, I had little idea of either their importance, the size of some of them, or of their endless number. Far into the night we worked. At times, we used all the strength which we could muster on a single object. Again, we worked separately, but always under Mr. Trelawney's immediate direction. He himself, assisted by Margaret, kept an exact tally of each piece. It was only when we sat down, utterly wearied, to a long-delayed supper that we began to realize that a large part of the work was done. Only a few of the packing cases, however, were closed, for a vast amount of work still remained. We had finished some of the cases, each of which held only one of the great sarcophagi. The cases which held many objects could not be closed till all had been differentiated and packed. I slept that night without movement or without dreams, and on our comparing notes in the morning, I found that each of the others had had the same experience. By dinner time next evening, the whole work was complete, and all was ready for the carriers who were to come at midnight. A little before the appointed time, we heard the rumble of carts. Then we were shortly invaded by an army of workmen who seemed by sheer force of numbers to move without effort in an endless procession, all our prepared packages. A little over an hour sufficed them, and when the carts had rumbled away, we all got ready to follow them to Paddington. Silvio was of course to be taken as one of our party. Before leaving, we went in a body over the house, which looked desolate indeed. As the servants had all gone to Cornwall, there had been no attempt at tidying up. Every room and passage in which we had worked, and all the stairways, were strewn with paper and waste, and marked with dirty feet. The last thing which Mr. Trelawney did before coming away was to take from the great safe the ruby with the 7 stars. As he put it safely into his pocketbook, Margaret, who had all at once seemed to grow deadly tired, and stood beside her father pale and rigid, suddenly became all aglow, as though the sight of the jewel had inspired her. She smiled at her father approvingly as she said, "You are right, father. There will not be any more trouble tonight. She will not wreck your arrangements for any cause. I would stake my life upon it. She or something wrecked us in the desert when we had come from the tomb in the valley of the sorcerer," was the grim comment of Corbeck, who was standing by. Margaret answered him like a flash. Ah, she was then near her tomb, from which, for thousands of years, her body had not been moved. She must know that things are different now. How must she know? Asked Corbeck keenly. If she has that astral body that Father spoke of, surely she must know. How can she fail to, with an invisible presence and an intellect that can roam abroad even to the stars and the worlds beyond us? She paused, and her father said solemnly, "It is on that supposition that we are proceeding. We must have the courage of our convictions and act on them to the last." Margaret took his hand and held it in a dreamy kind of way as we filed out of the house. She was holding it still when he locked the hall door, and when we moved up the road to the gateway, whence we took a cab to Paddington, when all the goods were loaded at the station, the whole of the workmen went on to the train. This took also some of the stone wagons used for carrying the cases with the great sarcophagi. Ordinary carts and plenty of horses were to be found at Westerton, which was our station for Killian. Mr. Trelawney had ordered a sleeping carriage for our party. As soon as the train had started, we all turned into our cubicles. That night I slept sound. There was over me a conviction of security which was absolute and supreme. Margaret's definite announcement, "There will not be any trouble tonight," seemed to carry assurance with it. I did not question it, nor did anyone else. It was only afterwards that I began to think as to how she was so sure. The train was a slow one, stopping many times and for considerable intervals. As Mr. Trelawney did not wish to arrive at Westerton before dark, there was no need to hurry, and arrangements had been made to feed the workmen at certain places on the journey. We had our own hamper with us in the private car. All that afternoon we talked over the great experiment, which seemed to have become a definite entity in our thoughts. Mr. Trelawney became more and more enthusiastic as the time wore on. Hope was with him becoming certainty. Dr. Winchester seemed to become imbued with some of his spirit, though at times he would throw out some scientific fact which would either make an impasse to the other's line of argument or would come as an arresting shock. Mr. Corbeck, on the other hand, seemed slightly antagonistic to the theory. It may have been that, whilst the opinions of the others advanced, his own stood still. But the effect was an attitude which appeared negative, if not wholly one of negation. As for Margaret, she seemed to be in some way overcome. Either it was some new phase of feeling with her, or else she was taking the issue more seriously than she had yet done. She was generally more or less distrait, as though sunk in a brown study. From this, she would recover herself with a start. This was usually when there occurred some marked episode in the journey, such as stopping at a station, or when the thunderous rumble of crossing a viaduct woke the echoes of the hills or cliffs around us. On each such occasion, she would plunge into the conversation, taking such a part in it as to show that, whatever had been her abstracted thought, her senses had taken in fully all that had gone on around her. Towards myself, her manner was strange. Sometimes it was marked by a distance, half shy, half haughty, which was new to me. At other times, there were moments of passion in look and gesture which almost made me dizzy with delight. Little, however, of a marked nature transpired during the journey. There was but one episode which had in it any element of alarm, but as we were all asleep at the time, it did not disturb us. We only learned it from a communicative guard in the morning. Whilst running between Dawlish and Teignmouth, the train was stopped by a warning given by someone who moved a torch to and fro right on the very track. The driver had found on pulling up that just ahead of the train, a small landslip had taken place. Some of the red earth from the high bank having fallen away. It did not, however, reach to the metals, and the driver had resumed his way, none too well pleased at the delay. To use his own words, the guard thought there was too much bally caution on this airline. We arrived at Westerton about 9 o'clock in the evening. Carts and horses were in waiting, and the work of unloading the train began at once. Our own party did not wait to see the work done, as it was in the hands of competent people. We took the carriage, which was in waiting, and through the darkness of the night sped on to Killian. We were all impressed by the house as it appeared in the bright moonlight. A great grey stone mansion of the Jacobean period, vast and spacious, standing high over the sea on the very verge of a high cliff. When we had swept round the curve of the avenue cut through the rock and come out on the high plateau on which the house stood, the crash and murmur of waves breaking against rock far below us came with an invigorating breath of moist sea air. We understood then in an instant how well we were shut out from the world on that rocky shelf above the sea. Within the house we found all ready. Mrs. Grant and her staff had worked well, and all was bright and fresh and clean. We took a brief survey of the chief rooms, and then separated to have a wash, and to change our clothes after our long journey of more than 24 hours. We had supper in the great dining room on the south side, the walls of which actually hung over the sea. The murmur came up muffled, but never ceased. As the little promontory stood well out into the sea, the northern side of the house was open, and the due north was in no way shut out by the great mass of rock, which, reared high above us, shut out the rest of the world. Far off across the bay, we could see the trembling lights of the castle, and here and there along the shore, the faint light of a fisher's window. For the rest, the sea was a dark blue plain, with an occasional flicker of light, as the gleam of starlight fell on the slope of a swelling wave. When supper was over, we all adjourned to the room which Mr. Trelawney had set aside as his study, his bedroom being close to it. As we entered, the first thing I noticed was a great safe, somewhat similar to that which stood in his room in London. When we were in the room, Mr. Trelawney went over to the table and, taking out his pocketbook, laid it on the table. As he did so, he pressed down on it with the palm of his hand. A strange pallor came over his face. With fingers that trembled, he opened the book, saying as he did so, "Its bulk does not seem the same. I hope nothing has happened." All three of us men crowded round close. Margaret alone remained calm. She stood erect and silent, and still as a statue. She had a far-away look in her eyes, as though she did not either know or care what was going on around her. With a despairing gesture, Trelawney threw open the pouch of the pocketbook, wherein he had placed the jewel of 7 stars. As he sank down on the chair which stood close to him, he said in a hoarse voice, "My God, it is gone. Without it, the great experiment can come to nothing." His words seemed to wake Margaret from her introspective mood. An agonized spasm swept her face, but almost on the instant she was calm. She almost smiled as she said, "You may have left it in your room, Father. Perhaps it has fallen out of the pocketbook whilst you were changing." Without a word, we all hurried into the next room through the open door between the study and the bedroom. And then a sudden calm fell on us like a cloud of fear. There, on the table, lay the jewel of 7 stars, shining and sparkling with lurid light, as though each of the 7 points of each, the 7 stars, gleamed through blood. Timidly we each looked behind us, and then at each other. Margaret was now like the rest of us. She had lost her statuesque calm. All the introspective rigidity had gone from her, and she clasped her hands together till the knuckles were white. Without a word, Mr. Trelawney raised the jewel and hurried with it into the next room. As quietly as he could, he opened the door of the safe with the key fast fastened to his wrist and placed the jewel within. When the heavy doors were closed and locked, he seemed to breathe more freely. Somehow this episode, though a disturbing one in many ways, seemed to bring us back to our old selves. Since we had left London, we had all been overstrained, and this was a sort of relief. Another step in our strange enterprise had been effected. The change back was more marked in Margaret than in any of us. Perhaps it was that she was a woman, whilst we were men. Perhaps it was that she was younger than the rest. Perhaps both reasons were effective, each in its own way. At any rate, the change was there, and I was happier than I had been through the long journey. All her buoyancy, her tenderness, her deep feeling seemed to shine forth once more, now and again, as her father's eyes rested on her. His face seemed to light up. Whilst we waited for the carts to arrive, Mr. Trelawney took us through the house, pointing out and explaining where the objects which we had brought with us were to be placed. In one respect only did he withhold confidence. The positions of all those things which had connection with the great experiment were not indicated. The cases containing them were to be left in the outer hall for the present. By the time we had made the survey, the carts began to arrive, and the stir and bustle of the previous night were renewed. Mr. Trelawney stood in the hall beside the massive iron-bound door and gave directions as to the placing of each of the great packing cases. Those containing many items were placed in the inner hall where they were to be unpacked. In an incredibly short time, the whole consignment was delivered, and the men departed with a douceur for each, given through their foreman, which made them effusive in their thanks. Then we all went to our own rooms. There was a strange confidence over us all. I do not think that any one of us had a doubt as to the quiet passing of the remainder of the night. The faith was justified, for on our reassembling in the morning, we found that all had slept well and peaceably. During that day, all the curios, except those required for the great experiment, were put into the places designed for them. Then it was arranged that all the servants should go back with Mrs. Grant to London on the next morning. When they had all gone, Mr. Trelawney, having seen the doors locked, took us into the study. "Now," said he when we were seated, "I have a secret to impart, but according to an old promise which does not leave me free, I must ask you each to give me a solemn promise not to reveal it. For 300 years, at least, such a promise has been exacted from everyone to whom it was told, and more than once life and safety were secured through loyal observance of the promise. Even as it is, I am breaking the letter, if not the spirit of the tradition. For I should only tell it to the immediate members of my family. We all gave the promise required. Then he went on. There is a secret place in this house, a cave, natural originally, but finished by labor, underneath this house. I will not undertake to say that it has always been used according to the law. During the bloody assize, more than a few Cornishmen found refuge in it, and later and earlier it formed, I have no doubt whatever, a useful place for storing contraband goods. Tree Paul and Penn, I suppose you know, have always been smugglers, and their relations and friends and neighbors have not held back from the enterprise. For all such reasons, a safe hiding place was always considered a valuable possession. And as the heads of our house have always insisted on preserving the secret, I am in honor bound to it. Later on, if all be well, I shall of course tell you, Margaret, and you too, Ross, under the conditions that I am bound to make. He rose up, and we all followed him. Leaving us in the outer hall, he went away alone for a few minutes, and returning, beckoned us to follow him. In the inside hall, we found a whole section of an outstanding angle moved away, and from the cavity saw a great hole dimly dark, and the beginning of a rough staircase cut in the rock. As it was not pitch dark, there was manifestly some means of lighting it naturally. So without pause, we followed our host as he descended. After some 40 or 50 steps cut in a winding passage, we came to a great cave whose further end tapered away into blackness. It was a huge place, dimly lit by a few irregular slits of eccentric shape. Manifestly, these were faults in the rock, which would readily allow the windows to be disguised. Close to each of them was a hanging shutter, which could be easily swung across by means of a dangling rope. The sound of the ceaseless beat of the waves came up, muffled from far below. Mr. Trelawney at once began to speak. This is the spot which I have chosen as the best I know for the scene of our great experiment. In 100 different ways, it fulfills the conditions which I am led to believe are primary with regard to success. Here we are, and shall be, as isolated as Queen Tera herself would have been in her rocky tomb in the Valley of the Sorcerer, and still in a rocky cavern. For good or ill, we must here stand by our chances and abide by results. If we are successful, we shall be able to let in on the world of modern science such a flood of light from the old world as will change every condition of thought and experiment and practice. If we fail, then even the knowledge of our attempt will die with us. For this, and all else which may come, I believe we are prepared. He paused. No one spoke, but we all bowed our heads gravely in acquiescence. He resumed, but with a certain hesitancy. It is not yet too late. If any of you have a doubt or misgiving, for God's sake speak it now. Whoever it may be can go hence without let or hindrance. The rest of us can go on our way alone. Again he paused and looked keenly at us in turn. We looked at each other, but no one quailed. For my own part, if I had had any doubt as to going on, the look on Margaret's face would have reassured me. It was fearless, it was intense, it was full of a divine calm. Mr. Trelawney took a long breath, and in a more cheerful, as well as in a more decided tone, went on. As we are all of one mind, the sooner we get the necessary matters in train, the better. Let me tell you that this place, like all the rest of the house, can be lit with electricity. We could not join the wires to the mains lest our secret should become known, but I have a cable here which we can attach in the hall and complete the circuit. As he was speaking, he began to ascend the steps. From close to the entrance, he took the end of a cable. This he drew forward and attached to a switch in the wall. Then, turning on a tap, he flooded the whole vault and staircase below with light. I could now see from the volume of light streaming up into the hallway that the hole beside the staircase went direct into the cave. Above it was a pulley and a mass of strong tackle with multiplying blocks of the Smeaton order. Mr. Trelawney, seeing me looking at this, said, correctly interpreting my thoughts, "Yes, it is new. I hung it there myself on purpose. I knew we should have to lower great weights, and as I did not wish to take too many into my confidence, I arranged a tackle which I could work alone if necessary. We set to work at once, and before nightfall had lowered, unhooked, and placed in the positions designated for each by Trelawney all the great sarcophagi and all the curios and other matters which we had taken with us. It was a strange and weird proceeding, the placing of those wonderful monuments of a bygone age in that green cavern, which represented in its cutting and purpose and up-to-date mechanism and electric lights, both the old world and the new. But as time went on, I grew more and more to recognize the wisdom and correctness of Mr. Trelawney's choice. I was much disturbed when Silvio, who had been brought into the cave in the arms of his mistress, and who was lying asleep on my coat, which I had taken off, sprang up when the cat mummy had been unpacked, and flew at it with the same ferocity which he had previously exhibited. The incident showed Margaret in a new phase, and one which gave my heart a pang. She had been standing quite still at one side of the cave, leaning on a sarcophagus, in one of those fits of abstraction which had of late come upon her. But on hearing the sound, and seeing Silvio's violent onslaught, she seemed to fall into a positive fury of passion. Her eyes blazed, and her mouth took a hard, cruel tension which was new to me. Instinctively, she stepped towards Silvio as if to interfere in the attack, but I too had stepped forward, and as she caught my eye, a strange spasm came upon her, and she stopped. Its intensity made me hold my breath, and I put up my hand to clear my eyes. When I had done this, she had on the instant recovered her calm, and there was a look of brief wonder on her face. With all her old grace and sweetness, she swept over and lifted Silvio, just as she had done on former occasions, and held him in her arms, petting him and treating him as though he were a little child who had erred. As I looked, a strange fear came over me. The Margaret that I knew seemed to be changing, and in my inmost heart I prayed that the disturbing cause might soon come to an end. More than ever I longed at that moment that our terrible experiment should come to a prosperous termination. When all had been arranged in the room, as Mr. Trelawney wished, he turned to us, one after another, till he had concentrated the intelligence of us all upon him. Then he said, "All is now ready in this place. We must only await the proper time to begin." We were silent for a while. Dr. Winchester was the first to speak. "What is the proper time? Have you any approximation, even if you are not satisfied as to the exact day?" He answered at once, "After the most anxious thought, I have fixed on July 31. May I ask why that date?" He spoke his answer slowly. Queen Tera was ruled in great degree by mysticism, and there are so many evidences that she looked for resurrection, that naturally she would choose a period ruled over by a god specialized to such a purpose. Now, the 4th month of the season of inundation was ruled by Harmatches, this being the name for Ra, the sun god, at his rising in the morning, and therefore typifying the awakening or arising. This arising is manifestly to physical life, since it is of the mid-world of human daily life. Now, as this month begins on our 25th July, the 7th day would be July 31st. For you may be sure that the mystic queen would not have chosen any day, but the 7th, or some power of 7. I dare say that some of you have wondered why our preparations have been so deliberately undertaken. This is why. We must be ready in every possible way when the time comes. But there was no use in having to wait round for a needless number of days. And so we waited only for the 31st of July, the next day but one, when the great experiment would be made. Chapter XVIIDoubts and Fears. We learn of great things by little experiences. The history of ages is but an indefinite repetition of the history of hours. The record of a soul is but a multiple of the story of a moment. The recording angel writes in the great book in no rainbow tints. His pen is dipped in no colors, but light and darkness. For the eye of infinite wisdom, there is no need of shading. All things, all thoughts, all emotions, all experiences, all doubts and hopes and fears, all intentions, all wishes seen down to the lower strata of their concrete and multitudinous elements, are finally resolved into direct opposites. Did any human being wish for the epitome of a life wherein were gathered and grouped all the experiences that a child of Adam could have, the history, fully and frankly written, of my own mind during the next 48 hours, would afford him all that could be wanted. And the recorder could have wrought as usual in sunlight and shadow, which may be taken to represent the final expressions of heaven and hell. For in the highest, heaven is faith, and doubt hangs over the yawning blackness of hell. There were of course times of sunshine in those 2 days, moments when in the realization of Margaret's sweetness and her love for me, all doubts were dissipated like morning mist before the sun. But the balance of the time, and an overwhelming balance, it was gloom hung over me like a pall. The hour in whose coming I had acquiesced was approaching so quickly, and was already so near that the sense of finality was bearing upon me. The issue was perhaps life or death to any of us, but for this we were all prepared. Margaret and I were one as to the risk. The question of the moral aspect of the case, which involved the religious belief in which I had been reared, was not one to trouble me, for the issues and the causes that lay behind them were not within my power even to comprehend. The doubt of the success of the great experiment was such a doubt as exists in all enterprises which have great possibilities. To me, whose life was passed in a series of intellectual struggles, this form of doubt was a stimulus rather than deterrent. What then was it that made for me a trouble, which became an anguish when my thoughts dwelt long on it? I was beginning to doubt Margaret. What it was that I doubted I knew not. It was not her love, or her honor, or her truth, or her kindness, or her zeal. What then was it? It was herself. Margaret was changing. At times during the past few days, I had hardly known her as the same girl whom I had met at the picnic, and whose vigils I had shared in the sick room of her father. Then, even in her moments of greatest sorrow or fright or anxiety, she was all life and thought and keenness. Now she was generally distrait, and at times in a sort of negative condition, as though her mind, her very being, was not present. At such moments, she would have full possession of observation and memory. She would know and remember all that was going on and had gone on around her. But her coming back to her old self had to be something the sensation of a new person coming into the room. Up to the time of leaving London, I had been content whenever she was present. I had over me that delicious sense of security which comes with the consciousness that love is mutual. But now doubt had taken its place. I never knew whether the personality present was my Margaret, the old Margaret whom I had loved at the first glance, or the other new Margaret, whom I hardly understood, and whose intellectual aloofness made an impalpable barrier between us. Sometimes she would become, as it were, awake all at once. At such times, though she would say to me sweet and pleasant things, which she had often said before, she would seem most unlike herself. It was almost as if she was speaking parrot-like, or at dictation of one who could read words or acts, but not thoughts. After one or two experiences of this kind, my own doubting began to make a barrier, for I could not speak with the ease and freedom which were usual to me. And so hour by hour we drifted apart. Were it not for the few odd moments when the old Margaret was back with me, full of her charm, I do not know what would have happened. As it was, each such moment gave me a fresh start and kept my love from changing. I would have given the world for a confidant, but this was impossible. How could I speak a doubt of Margaret to anyone, even her father? How could I speak a doubt to Margaret, when Margaret herself was the theme I could only endure and hope? And of the two, the endurance was the lesser pain. I think that Margaret must have at times felt that there was some cloud between us, for towards the end of the first day she began to shun me a little, or perhaps it was that she had become more diffident than usual about me. Hitherto, she had sought every opportunity of being with me, just as I had tried to be with her, so that now any avoidance, one of the other, made a new pain to us both. On this day, the household seemed very still. Each one of us was about his own work, or occupied with his own thoughts. We only met at meal times, and then, though we talked, all seemed more or less preoccupied. There was not in the house even the stir of the routine of service. The precaution of Mr. Trelawney in having 3 rooms prepared for each of us had rendered servants unnecessary. The dining room was solidly prepared with cooked provisions for several days. Towards evening, I went out by myself for a stroll. I had looked for Margaret to ask her to come with me, but when I found her, she was in one of her apathetic moods, and the charm of her presence seemed lost to me. Angry with myself, but unable to quell my own spirit of discontent, I went out alone over the rocky headland. On the cliff, with the wide expanse of wonderful sea before me, and no sound but the dash of waves below, and the harsh screams of the seagulls above, my thoughts ran free. Do what I would, they returned continuously to one subject, the solving of the doubt that was upon me. Here in the solitude, amid the wide circle of nature's force and strife, my mind began to work truly. Unconsciously, I found myself asking a question which I would not allow myself to answer. At last, the persistence of a mind working truly prevailed. I found myself face to face with my doubt. The habit of my life began to assert itself, and I analyzed the evidence before me. It was so startling that I had to force myself into obedience to logical effort. My starting place was this: Margaret was changed in what way, and by what means? Was it her character, or her mind, or her nature? For her physical appearance remained the same. I began to group all that I had ever heard of her, beginning at her birth. It was strange at the very first. She had been, according to Corbeck's statement, born of a dead mother during the time that her father and his friend were in a trance in the tomb at Aswan. That trance was presumably affected by a woman mummied, yet preserving, as we had every reason to believe from after experience, an astral body subject to a free will and an active intelligence. With that astral body, space ceased to exist. The vast distance between London and Aswan became as naught, and whatever power of necromancy the sorceress might have been exercised over the dead mother, and possibly the dead child. The dead child. Was it possible that the child was dead and was was made alive again. Whence then came the animating spirit, the soul? Logic was pointing the way to me now with a vengeance. If the Egyptian belief was true for Egyptians, then the Ka of the dead queen and her coup could animate what she might choose. In such case, Margaret would not be an individual at all, but simply a phase of Queen Tera herself, an astral body obedient to her will. Here I revolted against logic. Every fiber of my being resented such a conclusion. How could I believe that there was no Margaret at all, but just an animated image used by the double of a woman of 40 centuries ago to its own ends? Somehow, the outlook was brighter to me now, despite the new doubts. At least I had Margaret. Back swung the logical pendulum again. The child then was not dead. If so, had the sorceress had anything to do with her birth at all? It was evident, so I took it again from Corbeck, that there was a strange likeness between Margaret and the pictures of Queen Tera. How could this be? It could not be any birthmark reproducing what had been in the mother's mind, for Mrs. Trelawney had never seen the pictures. Nay, even her father had not seen them till he had found his way into the tomb only a few days before her birth. This phase I could not get rid of so easily as the last. The fibers of my being remained quiet. There remained to me the horror of doubt. And even then, so strange is the mind of man, doubt itself took a concrete image, a vast and impenetrable gloom, through which flickered irregularly and spasmodically tiny points of evanescent light, which seemed to quicken the darkness into a positive existence. The remaining possibility of relations between Margaret and the mummied queen was that in some occult way the sorceress had power to change places with the other. This view of things could not be so lightly thrown aside. There were too many suspicious circumstances to warrant this. Now that my attention was fixed on it, and my intelligence recognized the possibility, hereupon there began to come into my mind all the strange, incomprehensible matters which had whirled through our lives in the last few days. At first they all crowded in upon me in a jumbled mass, but again the habit of mind of my working life prevailed, and they took order. I found it now easier to control myself, for there was something to grasp, some work to be done, though it was of a sorry kind, for it was or might be antagonistic to Margaret. But Margaret was herself at stake. I was thinking of her and fighting for her. And yet, if I were to work in the dark, I might be even harmful to her. My first weapon in her defense was truth. I must know and understand. I might then be able to act. Certainly, I could not act beneficently without a just conception and recognition of the facts. Arranged in order, these were as follows. Firstly, the strange likeness of Queen Tera to Margaret, who had been born in another country, 1,000 miles away, where her mother could not possibly have had even a passing knowledge of her appearance. Secondly, the disappearance of Van Hyne's book when I had read up to the description of the star ruby. Thirdly, the finding of the lamps in the boudoir. Tera, with her astral body, could have unlocked the door of Corbeck's room in the hotel and have locked it again after her exit with the lamps. She could, in the same way, have opened the window and put the lamps in the boudoir. It need not have been that Margaret, in her own person, should have had any hand in this, but it was at least strange. Fourthly, here the suspicions of the detective and the doctor came back to me with renewed force and with a larger understanding. Fifthly, there were the occasions on which Margaret foretold with accuracy the coming occasions of quietude, as though she had some conviction or knowledge of the intentions of the astral-bodied queen. Sixthly, there was her suggestion of the finding of the ruby which her father had lost. As I thought now afresh over this episode in the light of suspicion in which her own powers were involved, the only conclusion I could come to was, always supposing that the theory of the Queen's astral power was correct, that Queen Tera, being anxious that all should go well in the movement from London to Killian, had in her own way taken the jewel from Mr. Trelawney's pocketbook, finding it of some use in her supernatural guardianship of the journey. Then in some mysterious way she had, through Margaret, made the suggestion of its loss and finding. Seventhly and lastly was the strange dual existence which Margaret seemed of late to be leading, and which in some way seemed a consequence or corollary of all that had gone before. The dual existence. This was indeed the conclusion which overcame all difficulties and reconciled opposites. If indeed Margaret were not in all ways a free agent, but could be compelled to speak or act as she might be instructed, or if her whole being could be changed for another without the possibility of anyone noticing the doing of it, then all things were possible. All would depend on the spirit of the individuality by which she could be so compelled. If this individuality were just and kind and clean, all might be well. But if not, The thought was too awful for words. I ground my teeth with futile rage as the ideas of horrible possibilities swept through me. Up to this morning, Margaret's lapses into her new self had been few and hardly noticeable, save when once or twice her attitude towards myself had been marked by a bearing strange to me. But today the contrary was the case, and the change presaged badly. It might be that that other individuality was of the lower, not of the better sort. Now that I thought of it, I had reason to fear. The history of the mummy, from the time of Van Hein's breaking into the tomb, the record of deaths that we knew of, presumably affected by her will and agency, was a startling one. The Arab who had stolen the hand from the mummy, and the one who had taken it from his body. The Arab chief who had tried to steal the jewel from Van Hine, and whose throat bore the marks of 7 fingers. The 2 men found dead on the first night of Trelawney's taking away the sarcophagus, and the 3 on the return to the tomb. The Arab who had opened the secret serdab. 9 dead men, one of them slain manifestly by the Queen's own hand. And beyond this again, the several savage attacks on Mr. Trelawney in his own room, in which, aided by her familiar, she had tried to open the safe and to extract the talisman jewel. His device of fastening the key to his wrist by a steel bangle, though successful in the end, had well nigh cost him his life. If then the Queen, intent on her resurrection under her own conditions, had, so to speak, waded to it through blood, what might she not do were her purpose thwarted? What terrible step might she not take to effect her wishes? Nay, what were her wishes? What was her ultimate purpose? As yet we had had only Margaret's statement of them, given in all the glorious enthusiasm of her lofty soul. In her record, there was no expression of love to be sought or found. All we knew for certain was that she had set before her the object of resurrection, and that in it the North, which she had manifestly loved, was to have a special part, but that the resurrection was to be accomplished in the lonely tomb in the Valley of the Sorcerer was apparent. All preparations had been carefully made for accomplishment from within, and for her ultimate exit in her new and living form. The sarcophagus was unlidded. The oil jars, though hermetically sealed, were to be easily opened by hand, and in them provision was made for shrinkage through a vast period of time. Even flint and steel were provided for the production of flame. The mummy pit was left open in violation of usage, and beside the stone door on the cliffside was fixed an imperishable chain by which she might in safety descend to earth. But as to what her after intentions were, we had no clue. If it was that she meant to begin life again as a humble individual, there was something so noble in the thought that it even warmed my heart to her and turned my wishes to her success. The very idea seemed to endorse Margaret's magnificent tribute to her purpose and helped to calm my troubled spirit. Then and there, with this feeling strong upon me, I determined to warn Margaret and her father of dire possibilities, and to await, as well content as I could in my ignorance, the development of things over which I had no power. I returned to the house in a different frame of mind to that in which I had left it, and was enchanted to find Margaret, the old Margaret, waiting for me. After dinner, when I was alone for a time with the father and daughter, I opened the subject, though with considerable hesitation. Would it not be well to take every possible precaution in case the Queen may not wish what we are doing, with regard to what may occur before the experiment, and at or after her waking, if it comes off? Margaret's answer came back quickly, so quickly that I was convinced she must have had it ready for someone. But she does approve. Surely it cannot be otherwise. Father is doing, with all his brains and all his energy and all his great courage, just exactly what the great Queen had arranged. But I answered, that can hardly be. All that she arranged was in a tomb high up in a rock, in a desert solitude, shut away from the world by every conceivable means. She seems to have depended on this isolation to ensure against accident. Surely, here in another country and age, with quite different conditions, she may in her anxiety make mistakes and treat any of us as she did those others in times gone past. 9 men that we know of have been slain by her own hand or by her instigation. She can be remorseless if she will. It did not strike me till afterwards, when I was thinking over this conversation, how thoroughly I had accepted the living and conscious condition of Queen Tera as a fact. Before I spoke, I had feared I might offend Mr. Trelawney, but to my pleasant surprise, he smiled quite genially as he answered me, "My dear fellow, in a way you are quite right. The Queen did undoubtedly intend isolation, and all told, it would be best that her experiment should be made as she arranged it. But just think, that became impossible when once the Dutch explorer had broken into her tomb. That was not my doing. I am innocent of it, though it was the cause of my setting out to rediscover the sepulchre. Mind, I do not say for a moment that I would not have done just the same as Van Hine. I went into the tomb from curiosity, and I took away what I did, being fired with the zeal of acquisitiveness which animates the collector. But remember also that at this time I did not know of the Queen's intention of resurrection. I had no idea of the completeness of her preparations. All that came long afterwards. But when it did come, I have done all that I could to carry out her wishes to the full. My only fear is that I may have misinterpreted some of her cryptic instructions, or have omitted or overlooked something. But of this I am certain. I have left undone nothing that I can imagine right to be done, and I have done nothing that I know of to clash with Queen Tera's arrangement. I want her great experiment to succeed. To this end, have not spared labor or time or money or myself. I have endured hardship and braved danger. All my brains, all my knowledge and learning, such as they are, all my endeavors such as they can be, have been, are, and shall be devoted to this end, till we either win or lose the great stake that we play for. The great stake, I repeated, the resurrection of the woman and the woman's life. The proof that resurrection can be accomplished by magical powers, by scientific knowledge, or by use of some force which, at present, the world does not know. Then Mr. Trelawney spoke out the hopes of his heart, which up to now he had indicated rather than expressed. Once or twice I had heard Corbeck speak of the fiery energy of his youth, but save for the noble words of Margaret when she had spoken of Queen Tera's hope, which coming from his daughter made possible a belief that her power was in some sense due to heredity, I had seen no marked sign of it. But now his words, sweeping before them like a torrent, all antagonistic thought, gave me a new idea of the man. A woman's life. What is a woman's life in the scale with what we hope for? Why, we are risking already a woman's life, the dearest life to me in all the world, and that grows more dear with every hour that passes. We are risking as well the lives of 4 men, yours and my own, as well as those 2 others who have been won to our confidence. The proof that resurrection can be accomplished. That is much. A marvelous thing in this age of science, and the skepticism that knowledge makes. But life and resurrection are themselves but items in what may be won by the accomplishment of this great experiment. Imagine what it will be for the world of thought, the true world of human progress, the veritable road to the stars, the iter ad astra of the ancients, if there can come back to us, out of the unknown past, one who can yield to us the lore stored in the great library of Alexandria and lost in its consuming flames. Not only history can be set right, and the teachings of science made veritable from their beginnings, but we can be placed on the road to the knowledge of lost arts, lost learning, lost sciences, so that our feet may tread on the indicated path to their ultimate and complete restoration. Why, this woman can tell us what the world was like before what is called the flood, can give us the origin of that vast, astounding myth, can set the mind back to the consideration of things which to us now seem primeval, but which were old stories before the days of the patriarchs. But this is not the end. No, not even the beginning. If the story of this woman be all that we think, which some of us most firmly believe, if her powers and the restoration of them prove to be what we expect, why, then we may yet achieve a knowledge beyond what our age has ever known, beyond what is believed today possible for the children of men. If indeed this resurrection can be accomplished, how can we doubt the old knowledge, the old magic, the old belief? And if this be so, we must take it that the Ka of this great and learned queen has won secrets of more than mortal worth from her surroundings amongst the stars. This woman in her life voluntarily went down living to the grave and came back again, as we learn from the records in her tomb. She chose to die her mortal death whilst young, so that at her resurrection in another age, beyond a trance of countless magnitude, she might emerge from her tomb in all the fullness and splendor of her youth and power. Already we have evidence that though her body slept in patience through those many centuries, her intelligence never passed away, that her resolution never flagged, that her will remain supreme, and, most important of all, that her memory was unimpaired. Oh, what possibilities are there in the coming of such a being into our midst, one whose history began before the concrete teaching of our Bible, whose experiences were antecedent to the formulation of the gods of Greece, who can link together the old and the new, earth and heaven, and yield to the known worlds of thought and physical existence the mystery of the unknown, of the old world in its youth, and of worlds beyond our ken. He paused, almost overcome. Margaret had taken his hand when he spoke of her being so dear to him, and held it hard. As he spoke, she continued to hold it. But there came over her face that change which I had so often seen of late, that mysterious veiling of her own personality, which gave me the subtle sense of separation from her. In his impassioned vehemence, her father did not notice. But when he stopped, she seemed all at once to be herself again. In her glorious eyes came the added brightness of unshed tears, and with a gesture of passionate love and admiration, she stooped and kissed her father's hand. Then, turning to me, she too spoke. "Malcolm, you have spoken of the deaths that came from the poor queen, or rather, that justly came from meddling with her arrangements and thwarting her purpose. Do you not think that, in putting it as you have done, you have been unjust? Who would not have done just as she did? Remember, she was fighting for her life. Aye, and for more than her life. For life and love and all the glorious possibilities of that dim future in the unknown world of the North, which had such enchanting hopes for her. Do you not think that she, with all the learning of her time, and with all the great and resistless force of her mighty nature, had hopes of spreading in a wider way the lofty aspirations of her soul, that she hoped to bring to the conquering of unknown worlds, and using to the advantage of her people all that she had won from sleep and death and time, all of which might and could have been frustrated by the ruthless hand of an assassin or a thief? Were it you, in such case, would you not struggle by all means to achieve the object of your life and hope, whose possibilities grew and grew in the passing of those endless years? Can you think that that active brain was at rest during all those weary centuries, whilst her free soul was flitting from world to world amongst the boundless regions of the stars? Had these stars in their myriad and varied life no lessons for her, as they have had for us since we followed the glorious path which she and her people marked for us, when they sent their winged imaginations circling amongst the lamps of the night? Here she paused. She too was overcome, and the welling tears ran down her cheeks. I was myself more moved than I can say. This was indeed my Margaret, and in the consciousness of her presence, my heart leapt. Out of my happiness came boldness, and I dared to say now what I had feared would be impossible. Something which would call the attention of Mr. Trelawney to what I imagined was the dual existence of his daughter. As I took Margaret's hand in mine and kissed it, I said to her father, "Why, sir?" She couldn't speak more eloquently if the very spirit of Queen Tera was with her to animate her and suggest thoughts. Mr. Trelawney's answer simply overwhelmed me with surprise. It manifested to me that he too had gone through just such a process of thought as my own. And what if it was, if it is? I know well that the spirit of her mother is within her. If in addition there be the spirit of that great and wondrous queen, then she would be no less dear to me, but doubly dear. Do not have fear for her, Malcolm Ross. At least have no more fear than you may have for the rest of us. Margaret took up the theme, speaking so quickly that her words seemed a continuation of her father S, rather than an interruption of them. Have no special fear for me, Malcolm. Queen Tera knows, and will offer us no harm. I know it, as surely as I am lost in the depth of my own love for you. There was something in her voice so strange to me that I looked quickly into her eyes. They were bright as ever, but veiled to my seeing the inward thought behind them, as are the eyes of a caged lion. Then the two other men came in, and the subject changed. Chapter XVIIIThe, the lesson of the Ka. That night we all went to bed early. The next night would be an anxious one, and Mr. Trelawney thought that we should all be fortified with what sleep we could get. The day, too, would be full of work. Everything in connection with the great experiment would have to be gone over, so that at the last we might not fail from any unthought of flaw in our working. We made, of course, arrangements for summoning aid in case such should be needed, but I do not think that any of us had any real apprehension of danger. Certainly, we had no fear of such danger from violence as we had had to guard against in London during Mr. Trelawney's long trance. For my own part, I felt a strange sense of relief in the matter. I had accepted Mr. Trelawney's reasoning that if the Queen were indeed such as we surmised, such as indeed we now took for granted, there would not be any opposition on her part, for we were carrying out her own wishes to the very last. So far I was at ease, far more at ease than earlier in the day I should have thought possible. But there were other sources of trouble which I could not blot out from my mind. Chief amongst them was Margaret's strange condition. If it was indeed that she had in her own person a dual existence, what might happen when the two existences became one? Again, and again, and again, I turned this matter over in my mind, till I could have shrieked out in nervous anxiety. It was no consolation to me to remember that Margaret was herself satisfied, and her father acquiescent. Love is, after all, a selfish thing, and it throws a black shadow on anything between which and the light it stands. I seemed to hear the hands go round the dial of the clock. I saw darkness turn to gloom, and gloom to gray, and gray to light without pause or hindrance to the succession of my miserable feelings. At last, when it was decently possible, without the fear of disturbing others, I got up. I crept along the passage to find if all was well with the others, for we had arranged that the door of each of our rooms should be left slightly open, so that any sound of disturbance would be easily and distinctly heard. One and all slept. I could hear the regular breathing of each, and my heart rejoiced that this miserable night of anxiety was safely passed. As I knelt in my own room in a burst of thankful prayer, I knew in the depths of my own heart the measure of my fear. I found my way out of the house and went down to the water by the long stairway cut in the rock. A swim in the cool, bright sea braced my nerves and made me my old self again. As I came back to the top of the steps, I could see the bright sunlight rising from behind me, turning the rocks across the bay to glittering gold. And yet I felt somehow disturbed. It was all too bright, as it sometimes is before the coming of a storm. As I paused to watch it, felt a soft hand on my shoulder, and turning, found Margaret close to me, Margaret as bright and radiant as the morning glory of the sun. It was my own Margaret this time, my old Margaret, without alloy of any other, and I felt that, at least, this last and fatal day was well begun. But alas, the joy did not last. When we got back to the house from a stroll around the cliffs, the same old routine of yesterday was resumed. Gloom and anxiety, hope, high spirits, deep depression, and apathetic aloofness. But it was to be a day of work, and we all braced ourselves to it with an energy which wrought its own salvation. After breakfast, we all adjourned to the cave, where Mr. Trelawney went over, point by point, the position of each item of our paraphernalia. He explained, as he went on, why each piece was so placed. He had with him the great rolls of paper with the measured plans, and the signs and drawings which he had made from his own and Corbeck's rough notes. As he had told us, these contained the whole of the hieroglyphics on walls and ceilings and floor of the tomb in the Valley of the Sorcerer. Even had not the measurements, made to scale, recorded the position of each piece of furniture, we could have eventually placed them by a study of the cryptic writings and symbols. Mr. Trelawney explained to us certain other things, not laid down on the chart, such as, for instance, that the hollowed part of the table was exactly fitted to the bottom of the magic coffer, which was therefore intended to be placed on it. The respective legs of this table were indicated by differently shaped uraei outlined on the floor, the head of each being extended in the direction of the similar uraeus twined round the leg. Also that the mummy, when laid on the raised portion in the bottom of the sarcophagus, seemingly made to fit the form, would lie head to the west and feet to the east, thus receiving the natural earth currents. If this be intended, he said, as I presume it is, I gather that the force to be used has something to do with magnetism or electricity, or both. It may be, of course, that some other force such, for instance, as that emanating from radium, is to be employed. I have experimented with the latter, but only in such small quantity as I could obtain. But so far as I can ascertain, the stone of the coffer is absolutely impervious to its influence. There must be some such unsusceptible substances in nature. Radium does not seemingly manifest itself when distributed through pitchblende, and there are doubtless other such substances in which it can be imprisoned. Possibly these may belong to that class of inert elements discovered or isolated by Sir William Ramsay. It is therefore possible that in this coffer, made from an aerolite, and therefore perhaps containing some element unknown in our world, may be imprisoned some mighty power which is to be released on its opening. This appeared to be an end of this branch of the subject, but as he still kept the fixed look of one who is engaged in a theme, we all waited in silence. After a pause, he went on. There is one thing which has up to now, I confess, puzzled me. It may not be of prime importance, but in a matter like this, where all is unknown, we must take it that everything is important. I cannot think that in a matter worked out with such extraordinary scrupulosity, such a thing should be overlooked. As you may see by the ground plan of the tomb, the sarcophagus stands near the north wall, with the magic coffer to the south of it. The space covered by the former is left quite bare of symbol or ornamentation of any kind. At the first glance, this would seem to imply that the drawings had been made after the sarcophagus had been put into its place. But a more minute examination will show that the symbolization on the floor is so arranged that a definite effect is produced. See, here the writings run in correct order, as though they had jumped across the gap. It is only from certain effects that it becomes clear that there is a meaning of some kind. What that meaning may be is what we want to know. Look at the top and bottom of the vacant space, which lies west and east, corresponding to the head and foot of the sarcophagus. In both are duplications of the same symbolization, but so arranged that the parts of each one of them are integral portions of some other writing running crosswise. It is only when we get a coup d'oeil from either the head or the foot that you recognize that there are symbolizations. See, they are in triplicate at the corners and the center of both top and bottom. In every case, there is a sun cut in half by the line of the sarcophagus, as by the horizon. Close behind each of these, and faced away from it, as though in some way dependent on it, is the vase which in hieroglyphic writing symbolizes the heart. The Egyptians called it. Beyond each of these again is the figure of a pair of widespread arms turned upwards from the elbow. This is the determinative of the ka, or double. But its relative position is different at top and bottom. At the head of the sarcophagus, the top of the ka is turned towards the mouth of the vase, but at the foot, the extended arms point away from it. The symbolization seems to mean that during the passing of the sun from west to east, from sunset to sunrise, or through the underworld, otherwise night, the heart, which is material even in the tomb, and cannot leave it, simply revolves, so that it can always rest on Ra, the sun god, the origin of all good, but that the double, which represents the active principle, goes whither it will, the same by night as by day. If this be corrected, is a warning, a caution, a reminder that the consciousness of the mummy does not rest, but is to be reckoned with, or it may be intended to convey that after the particular night of the resurrection, the ka would leave the heart altogether, thus typifying that in her resurrection the queen would be restored to a lower and purely physical existence. In such case, what would become of her memory and the experiences of her wide-wandering soul? The chiefest value of her resurrection would be lost to the world. This, however, does not alarm me. It is only guesswork after all, and is contradictory to the intellectual belief of the Egyptian theology that the ka is an essential portion of humanity. He paused, and we all waited. The silence was broken by Dr. Winchester, but would not all this imply that the queen feared intrusion of her tomb? Mr. Trelawney smiled as he answered, "My dear sir, she was prepared for it. The grave robber is no modern application of endeavor. He was probably known in the queen's own dynasty. Not only was she prepared for intrusion, but as shown in several ways, she expected it. The hiding of the lamps in the serdab and the institution of the avenging treasurer shows that there was defense, positive as well as negative. Indeed, from the many indications afforded in the clues laid out with the most consummated thought, we we may almost gather that she entertained it as a possibility that others, like ourselves, for instance, might in all seriousness undertake the work which she had made ready for her own hands when the time should have come. This very matter that I have been speaking of is an instance. The clue is intended for seeing eyes. Again we were silent. It was Margaret who spoke. "Father, may I have that chart? I should like to study it during the day." "Certainly, my dear," answered Mr. Trelawney heartily, as he handed it to her. He resumed his instructions in a different tone, a more matter-of-fact one, suitable to a practical theme, which had no mystery about it. "I think you had better all understand the working of the electric light, in case any sudden contingency should arise. I dare say you have noticed that we have a complete supply in every part of the house, so that there need not be a dark corner anywhere. This I had specially arranged. It is worked by a set of turbines moved by the flowing and ebbing tide, after the manner of the turbines at Niagara. I hope by this means to nullify accident, and to have without fail a full supply ready at any time. Come with me, and I will explain the system of circuits, and point out to you the taps and the fuses." I could not but notice, as we went with him all over the house, how absolutely complete the system was, and how he had guarded himself against any disaster that human thought could foresee. But out of the very completeness came a fear. In such an enterprise, as ours the bounds of human thought were but narrow, beyond it lay the vast of divine wisdom and divine power. When we came back to the cave, Mr. Trelawney took up another theme. "We have now to settle definitely the exact hour at which the great experiment is to be made. So far as science and mechanism go, if the preparations are complete, all hours are the same. But as we have to deal with preparations made by a woman of extraordinarily subtle mind, and who had full belief in magic, and had a cryptic meaning in everything, we should place ourselves in her position before deciding. It is now manifest that the sunset has an important place in the arrangements, as those suns, cut so mathematically by the edge of the sarcophagus, were arranged to full design. We must take our cue from this. Again, we find all along that the number 7 has had an important bearing on every phase of the Queen's thought and reasoning and action. The logical result is that the 7th hour after sunset was the time fixed on. This is borne out by the fact that on each of the occasions when action was taken in my house, this was the time chosen. As the sun sets tonight in Cornwall at 8, Our hour is to be 3 in the morning. He spoke in a matter-of-fact way, though with great gravity, but there was nothing of mystery in his word or manner. Still, we were all impressed to a remarkable degree. I could see this in the other men by the pallor that came on some of their faces, and by the stillness and unquestioning silence with which the decision was received. The only one who remained in any way at ease was Margaret, who had lapsed into one of her moods of abstraction, but who seemed to wake up to a note of gladness. Her father, who was watching her intently, smiled. Her mood was to him a direct confirmation of his theory. For myself, I was almost overcome. The definite fixing of the hour seemed like the voice of doom. When I think of it now, I can realize how a condemned man feels at his sentence, or at the sounding of the last hour he is to hear. There could be no going back now. We were in the hands of God, the hands of God. And yet, what other forces were arrayed? What would become of us all, poor atoms of earthly dust whirled in the wind, which cometh whence and goeth whither no man may know? It was not for myself, Margaret. I was recalled by Mr. Trelawney's firm voice. Now we shall see to the lamps and finish our preparations. Accordingly, we set to work, and under his supervision made ready the Egyptian lamps, seeing that they were well filled with the cedar oil, and that the wicks were adjusted and in good order. We lighted and tested them one by one, and left them ready so that they would light at once and evenly. When this was done, we had a general look round, and fixed all in readiness for our work at night. All this had taken time, and we were, I think, all surprised when, as we emerged from the cave, we heard the great clock in the hall chime 4. We had a late lunch, a thing possible without trouble in the present state of our commissariat arrangements. After it, by Mr. Trelawney's advice, we separated, each to prepare in our own way for the strain of the coming night. Margaret looked pale and somewhat overwrought, so I advised her to lie down and try to sleep. She promised that she would, the abstraction which had been upon her fitfully all day lifted for the time. With all her old sweetness and loving delicacy, she kissed me goodbye for the present, with the sense of happiness which this gave me. I went out for a walk on the cliffs. I did not want to think, and I had an instinctive feeling that fresh air and God's sunlight and the myriad beauties of the works of his hand would be the best preparation of fortitude for what was to come. When I got back, all the party were assembling for a late tea. Coming fresh from the exhilaration of nature it struck me as almost comic that we, who were nearing the end of so strange, almost monstrous, an undertaking, should be yet bound by the needs and habits of our lives. All the men of the party were grave. The time of seclusion, even if it had given them rest, had also given opportunity for thought. Margaret was bright, almost buoyant, but I missed about her something of her usual spontaneity. Towards myself, there was a shadowy air of reserve which brought back something of my suspicion. When tea was over, she went out of the room, but returned in a minute with the roll of drawing which she had taken with her earlier in the day. Coming close to Mr. Trelawney, she said, "Father, I have been carefully considering what you said today about the hidden meaning of those suns and hearts and Ka-S. And I have been examining the drawings again. And with what result, my child?" asked Mr. Trelawney eagerly. "There is another reading possible, and that—" His voice was now tremulous with anxiety. Margaret spoke with a strange ring in her voice, a ring that cannot be, unless there is the consciousness of truth behind it. It means that at the sunset, the Ka is to enter the Ab, and it is only at the sunrise that it will leave it. "Go on," said her father hoarsely. "It means that for this night the Queen's double, which is otherwise free, will remain in her heart, which is mortal and cannot leave its prison place in the mummy shrouding. It means that when the sun has dropped into the sea, Queen Tera will cease to exist as a conscious power till sunrise, unless the great experiment can recall her to waking life. It means that there will be nothing whatever for you or others to fear from her in such way as we have all cause to remember. Whatever change may come from the working of the great experiment, there can come none from the poor, helpless, dead woman who has waited all those centuries for this night, who has given up to the coming hour all the freedom of eternity, one in the old way, in hope of a new life, in a new world such as she longed for." She stopped suddenly. As she had gone on speaking, there had come with her words a strange, pathetic, almost pleading tone which touched me to the quick. As she stopped, I could see, before she turned away her head, that her eyes were full of tears. For once, the heart of her father did not respond to her feeling. He looked exultant, but with a grim masterfulness which reminded me of the set look of his stern face as he had lain in the trance. He did not offer any consolation to his daughter in her sympathetic pain. He only said, "We may test the accuracy of your surmise and of her feeling when the time comes." Having said so, he went up the stone stairway and into his own room. Margaret's face had a troubled look as she gazed after him. Strangely enough, her trouble did not as usual touch me to the quick. When Mr. Trelawney had gone, silence reigned. I do not think that any of us wanted to talk. Presently Margaret went to her room, and I went out on the terrace over the sea. The fresh air and the beauty of all before helped to restore the good spirits which I had known earlier in the day. Presently, I felt myself actually rejoicing in the belief that the danger which I had feared from the Queen's violence on the coming night was obviated. I believed in Margaret's belief so thoroughly that it did not occur to me to dispute her reasoning. In a lofty frame of mind, and with less anxiety than I had felt for days, I went to my room and lay down on the sofa. I was awaked by Corbeck calling to me, hurriedly, "Come down to the cave as quickly as you can. Mr. Trelawney wants to see us all there at once. Hurry." I jumped up and ran down to the cave. All were there except Margaret, who came immediately after me carrying Silvio in her arms. When the cat saw his old enemy, he struggled to get down, but Margaret held him fast and soothed him. I looked at my watch. It was close to 8. When Margaret was with us, her father said directly, with a quiet insistence which was new to me, "You believe, Margaret, that Queen Tera has voluntarily undertaken to give up her freedom for this night, to become a mummy and nothing more, till the experiment has been completed, to be content that she shall be powerless under all and any circumstances, until after all is over and the act of resurrection has been accomplished, or the effort has failed." After a pause, Margaret answered in a low voice, "Yes." In the pause, her whole being, appearance, expression, voice, manner had changed. Even Silvio noticed it, and with a violent effort wriggled away from her arms. She did not seem to notice the act. I expected that the cat, when he had achieved his freedom, would have attacked the mummy, but on this occasion he did not. He seemed too cowed to approach it. He shrunk away, and with a piteous meow came over and rubbed himself against my ankles. I took him up in my arms, and he nestled their content. Mr. Trelawney spoke again. "You are sure of what you say? You believe it with all your soul?" Margaret's face had lost the abstracted look. It now seemed illuminated with the devotion of one to whom is given to speak of great things. She answered in a voice which, though quiet, vibrated with conviction. "I know it. My knowledge is beyond belief." Mr. Trelawney spoke again. "Then you are so sure that were you Queen Tera herself, you would be willing to prove it in any way that I might suggest. Yes, any way, the answer rang out fearlessly. He spoke again, in a voice in which was no note of doubt, even in the abandonment of your familiar to death, to annihilation. She paused, and I could see that she suffered horribly. There was in her eyes a hunted look, which no man can, unmoved, see in the eyes of his beloved. I was about to interrupt when her father's eyes, glancing round with a fierce determination, met mine. I stood silent, almost spellbound, so also the other men. Something was going on before us which we did not understand. With a few long strides, Mr. Trelawney went to the west side of the cave and tore back the shutter which obscured the window. The cool air blew in, and the sunlight streamed over them both, for Margaret was now by his side. He pointed to where the sun was sinking into the sea in a halo of golden fire, and his face was as set as flint. In a voice whose absolute uncompromising hardness I shall hear in my ears at times till my dying day, he said, "Choose, speak. When the sun has dipped below the sea, it will be too late." The glory of the dying sun seemed to light up Margaret's face, till it shone as if lit from within by a noble light, as she answered, "Even that." Then stepping over to where the mummy cat stood on the little table, she placed her hand on it. She had now left the sunlight, and the shadows looked dark and deep over her. In a clear voice she said, "Were I Tera, I would say, take all I have. This night is for the gods alone." As she spoke, the sun dipped, and the cold shadow suddenly fell on us. We all stood still for a while. Silvio jumped from my arms and ran over to his mistress, rearing himself up against her dress, as if asking to be lifted. He took no notice whatever of the mummy now. Margaret was glorious, with all her wonted sweetness, as she said sadly, "The sun is down, Father. Shall any of us see it again? The night of nights is come. Chapter XIX, the great experiment. If any evidence had been wanted of how absolutely one and all of us had come to believe in the spiritual existence of the Egyptian queen, it would have been found in the change which in a few minutes had been effected in us by the statement of voluntary negation made. We all believed through Margaret. Despite the coming of the fearful ordeal, the sense of which it was impossible to forget, we looked and acted as though a great relief had come to us. We had indeed lived in such a state of terrorism during the days when Mr. Trelawney was lying in a trance that the feeling had bitten deeply into us. No one knows till he has experienced it what it is to be in constant dread of some unknown danger which may come at any time and in any form. The change was manifested in different ways. According to each nature, Margaret was sad. Dr. Winchester was in high spirits and keenly observant. The process of thought, which had served as an antidote to fear, being now relieved from this duty, added to his intellectual enthusiasm. Mr. Corbeck seemed to be in a retrospective rather than a speculative mood. I was myself rather inclined to be gay. The relief from certain anxiety regarding Margaret was sufficient for me for the time. As to Mr. Trelawney, he seemed less changed than any. Perhaps this was only natural, as he had had in his mind the intention for so many years of doing that in which we were tonight engaged, that any event connected with it could only seem to him as an episode, a step to the end. His was that commanding nature which looks so to the end of an undertaking that all else is of secondary importance. Even now, though his terrible sternness relaxed under the relief from the strain, he never flagged nor faltered for a moment in his purpose. He asked us men to come with him, and going to the hall, we presently managed to lower into the cave an oak table, fairly long and not too wide, which stood against the wall in the hall. This we placed under the strong cluster of electric lights in the middle of the cave. Margaret looked on for a while, then all at once her face blanched, and in an agitated voice she said, "What are you going to do, Father?" "To unroll the mummy of the cat. Queen Tera will not need her familiar tonight. If she should want him, it might be dangerous to us, so we shall make him safe. You are not alarmed, dear?" "Oh no," she answered quickly. But I was thinking of my Silvio, and how I should feel if he had been the mummy that was to be unswathed. Mr. Trelawney got knives and scissors ready, and placed the cat on the table. It was a grim beginning to our work, and it made my heart sink when I thought of what might happen in that lonely house in the mid-gloom of the night. The sense of loneliness and isolation from the world was increased by the moaning of the wind, which had now risen ominously, and by the beating of waves on the rocks below. But we had too grave a task before us to be swayed by external manifestations. The unrolling of the mummy began. There was an incredible number of bandages, and the tearing sound, they being stuck fast to each other by bitumen and gums and spices, and the little cloud of red pungent dust that arose, pressed on the senses of all of us. As the last wrappings came away, we saw the animal seated before us. He was all hunkered up, his hair and teeth and claws were complete. The eyes were closed, but the eyelids had not the fierce look which I expected. The whiskers had been pressed down on the side of the face by the bandaging, but when the pressure was taken away, they stood out, just as they would have done in life. He was a magnificent creature, a tiger cat of great size. But as we looked at him, our first glance of admiration changed to one of fear, and a shudder ran through each one of us. For here was a confirmation of the fears which we had endured. His mouth and his claws were smeared with the dry, red stains of recent blood. Dr. Winchester was the first to recover. Blood in itself had small, disturbing quality for him. He had taken out his magnifying glass and was examining the stains on the cat's mouth. Mr. Trelawney breathed loudly, as though a strain had been taken from him. "It is as I expected," he said. "This promises well for what is to follow." By this time, Dr. Winchester was looking at the red-stained paws. "As I expected," he said. "He has 7 claws, too." Opening his pocketbook, he took out the piece of blotting paper marked by Silvio's claws, on which was also marked in pencil a diagram of the cuts made on Mr. Trelawney's wrist. He placed the paper under the mummy cat's paw. The marks fitted exactly. When we had carefully examined the cat, finding, however, nothing strange about it but its wonderful preservation, Mr. Trelawney lifted it from the table. Margaret started forward, crying out, "Take care, father, take care. He may injure you." "Not now, my dear," he answered as he moved towards the stairway. Her face fell. "Where are you going?" she asked in a faint voice. "To the kitchen," he answered. "Fire will take away all danger for the future. Even an astral body cannot materialize from ashes." He signed to us to follow him. Margaret turned away with a sob. I went to her, but she motioned me back and whispered, "No, no, go with the others. Father may want you." Oh, it seems like murder. The poor queen's pet. The tears were dropping from under the fingers that covered her eyes. In the kitchen was a fire of wood ready laid. To this, Mr. Trelawney applied a match. In a few seconds, the kindling had caught, and the flames leaped. When the fire was solidly ablaze, he threw the body of the cat into it. For a few seconds, it lay a dark mass amidst the flames, and the room was rank with the smell of burning hair. Then the dry body caught fire too. The inflammable substances used in embalming became new fuel, and the flames roared. A few minutes of fierce conflagration, and then we breathed freely. Queen Tera's familiar was no more. When we went back to the cave, we found Margaret sitting in the dark. She had switched off the electric light, and only a faint glow of the evening light came through the narrow openings. Her father went quickly over to her and put his arms round her in a loving, protective way. She laid her head on his shoulder for a minute and seemed comforted. Presently she called to me, "Malcolm, turn up the light." I carried out her orders, and could see that, though she had been crying, her eyes were now dry. Her father saw it too and looked glad. He said to us in a grave tone, "Now we had better prepare for our great work. It will not do to leave anything to the last." Margaret must have had a suspicion of what was coming, for it was with a sinking voice that she asked, "What are you going to do now?" Mr. Trelawney, too, must have had a suspicion of her feelings, for he answered in a low tone, "To unroll the mummy of Queen Tera." She came close to him and said pleadingly in a whisper, "Father, you are not going to unswat her. All you men, and in the glare of light. But why not, my dear? Just think, Father, a woman, all alone, in such a way, in such a place. Oh, it's cruel, cruel." She was manifestly much overcome. Her cheeks were flaming red, and her eyes were full of indignant tears. Her father saw her distress, and sympathizing with it, began to comfort her. I was moving off, but he signed to me to stay. I took it that after the usual manner of men, he wanted help on such an occasion, and manlike wished to throw on someone else the task of dealing with a woman in indignant distress. However, he began to appeal first to her reason. Not a woman, dear, a mummy. She has been dead nearly 5,000 years. What does that matter? Sex is not a matter of years. A woman is a woman if she had been dead 5,000 centuries, and you expect her to arise out of that long sleep. It could not be real death if she is to rise out of it. You have led me to believe that she will come alive when the coffer is opened. I did, my dear, and I believe it. But if it isn't death that has been the matter with her all these years, it is something uncommonly like it. Then again, just think, it was men who embalmed her. They didn't have women's rights or lady doctors in ancient Egypt, my dear. And besides, he went on more freely, seeing that she was accepting his argument, if not yielding to it. We men are accustomed to such things. Corbec unrolled 100 mummies, and there were as many women as men amongst them. Dr. Winchester, in his work, has had to deal with women as well as men, till custom has made him think nothing of sex. Even Ross has in his work as a barrister. He stopped suddenly. "You are going to help too," she said to me, with an indignant look. I said nothing. I thought silence was best. Mr. Trelawney went on hurriedly. I could see that he was glad of interruption, for the part of his argument concerning a barrister's work was becoming decidedly weak. "My child, you will be with us yourself. Would we do anything which would hurt or offend you? Come now, be reasonable. We are not at a pleasure party. We are all grave men, entering gravely on an experiment which may unfold the wisdom of old times and enlarge human knowledge indefinitely, which may put the minds of men on new tracks of thought and research. An experiment," as he went on, his voice deepened, "which may be fraught with death to any one of us, to us all. We know from what has been that there are, or may be, vast and unknown dangers ahead of us, of which none in the house today may ever see the end. Take it, my child, that we are not acting lightly, but with all the gravity of deeply earnest men. Besides, my dear, whatever feelings you or any of us may have on the subject, it is necessary for the success of the experiment to unswat her. I think that under any circumstances it would be necessary to remove the wrappings before she became again a live human being instead of a spiritualized corpse with an astral body. Were her original intention carried out, and did she come to new life within her mummy wrappings, it might be to exchange a coffin for a grave. She would die the death of the buried alive. But now, when she has voluntarily abandoned for the time her astral power, there can be no doubt on the subject. Margaret's face cleared. "All right, Father," she said as she kissed him. "But oh, it seems a horrible indignity to a queen and a woman." I was moving away to the staircase when she called me. "Where are you going?" I came back and took her hand and stroked it as I answered, "I shall come back when the unrolling is over." She looked at me long, and a faint suggestion of a smile came over her face as she said, "Perhaps you had better stay too. It may be useful to you in your work as a barrister." She smiled out as she met my eyes, but in an instant she changed. Her face grew grave and deadly white. In a far-away voice she said, "Father is right. It is a terrible occasion. We need all to be serious over it. But all the same, nay, for that very reason you had better stay, Malcolm. you may be glad later on that you were present tonight. My heart sank down at her words, but I thought it better to say nothing. Fear was stalking openly enough amongst us already. By this time, Mr. Trelawney, assisted by Mr. Corbeck and Dr. Winchester, had raised the lid of the ironstone sarcophagus which contained the mummy of the Queen. It was a large one, but it was none too big. The mummy was both long and broad and high, and was of such weight that it was no easy task, even for the four of us, to lift it out. Under Mr. Trelawney's direction, we laid it out on the table prepared for it. Then and then only did the full horror of the whole thing burst upon me. There, in the full glare of the light, the whole material and sordid side of death seemed staringly real. The outer wrappings, torn and loosened by rude touch, and with the color either darkened by dust or worn light by friction, seemed creased as by rough treatment. The jagged edges of the wrapping cloths looked fringed, the painting was patchy, and the varnish chipped. The coverings were evidently many, for the bulk was great, but through all showed that unhideable human figure, which seems to look more horrible when partially concealed than at any other time. What was before us was death, and nothing else. All the romance and sentiment of fancy had disappeared. The two elder men, enthusiasts who had often done such work, were not disconcerted, and Dr. Winchester seemed to hold himself in a businesslike attitude, as if before the operating table. But I felt low-spirited and miserable and ashamed, and besides, I was pained and alarmed by Margaret's ghastly pallor. Then the work began. The unrolling of the mummy cat had prepared me somewhat for it, but this was so much larger and so infinitely more elaborate that it seemed a different thing. Moreover, in addition to the ever-present sense of death and humanity, there was a feeling of something finer in all this. The cat had been embalmed with coarser materials here, all, when once the outer coverings were removed, was more delicately done. It seemed as if only the finest gums and spices had been used in this embalming. But there were the same surroundings, the same attendant red dust and pungent presence of bitumen. There was the same sound of rending which marked the tearing away of the bandages. There were an enormous number of these, and their bulk when opened was great. As the men unrolled them, I grew more and more excited. I did not take a part in it myself. Margaret had looked at me gratefully as I drew back. We clasped hands and held each other hard. As the unrolling went on, the wrappings became finer, and the smell less laden with bitumen, but more pungent. We all, I think, began to feel it as though it caught or touched us in some special way. This, however, did not interfere with the work. It went on uninterruptedly. Some of the inner wrappings bore symbols or pictures. These were done sometimes wholly in pale green color, sometimes in many colors, but always with a prevalence of green. Now and again, Mr. Trelawney or Mr. Corbeck would point out some special drawing before laying the bandage on the pile behind them, which kept growing to a monstrous height. At last we knew that the wrappings were coming to an end. Already the proportions were reduced to those of a normal figure of the manifest height of the Queen, who was more than average height. And as the end drew nearer, so Margaret's pallor grew, and her heart beat more and more wildly, till her breast heaved in a way that frightened me, just as her father was taking away the last of the bandages. He happened to look up and caught the pained and anxious look of her pale face. He paused, and taking her concern to be as to the outrage on modesty, said in a comforting way, "Do not be uneasy, dear. See, there is nothing to harm you. The Queen has on a robe. Aye, and a royal robe too. The wrapping was a wide piece, the whole length of the body. It being removed, a profusely full robe of white linen had appeared, covering the body from the throat to the feet, and such linen. We all bent over to look at it. Margaret lost her concern in her woman's interest in fine stuff. Then the rest of us looked with admiration, for surely such linen was never seen by the eyes of our age. It was as fine as the finest silk, but never was spun or woven silk which lay in such gracious folds, constrict though they were by the close wrappings of the mummy cloth, and fixed into hardness by the passing of thousands of years. Round the neck it was delicately embroidered in pure gold with tiny sprays of sycamore, and round the feet, similarly worked, was an endless line of lotus plants of unequal height, and with all the graceful abandon of natural growth. Across the body, but manifestly not surrounding it, was a girdle of jewels, a wondrous girdle which shone and glowed with all the forms and phases and colors of the sky. The buckle was a great yellow stone, round of outline, deep and curved, as if a yielding globe had been pressed down. It shone and glowed as though a veritable sun lay within. The rays of its light seemed to strike out and illumine all round. Flanking it were two great moonstones of lesser size, whose glowing, beside the glory of the sunstone was like the silvery sheen of moonlight, and then on either side, linked by golden clasps of exquisite shape, was a line of flaming jewels, of which the colors seemed to glow. Each of these stones seemed to hold a living star, which twinkled in every phase of changing light. Margaret raised her hands in ecstasy. She bent over to examine more closely, but suddenly drew back and stood fully erect at her grand height. She seemed to speak with the conviction of absolute knowledge as she said, "That is no cerement. It was not meant for the clothing of death. It is a marriage robe." Mr. Trelawney leaned over and touched the linen robe. He lifted a fold at the neck, and I knew from the quick intake of his breath that something had surprised him. He lifted yet a little more, and then he, too, stood back and pointed, saying, "Margaret is right. That dress is not intended to be worn by the dead sea. Her figure is not robed in it. It is but laid upon her." He lifted the zone of jewels and handed it to Margaret. Then, with both hands, he raised the ample robe and laid it across the arms which she extended in a natural impulse. Things of such beauty were too precious to be handled with any but the greatest care. We all stood awed at the beauty of the figure which, save for the face cloth, now lay completely nude before us. Mr. Trelawney bent over, and with hands that trembled slightly, raised this linen cloth, which was of the same fineness as the robe. As he stood back, and the whole glorious beauty of the Queen was revealed, I felt a rush of shame sweep over me. It was not right that we should be there, gazing with irreverent eyes on such unclad beauty. It was indecent. It was almost sacrilegious. And yet the white wonder of that beautiful form was something to dream of. It was not like death at all. It was like a statue carven in ivory by the hand of a Praxiteles. There was nothing of that horrible shrinkage which death seems to effect in a moment. There was none of the wrinkled toughness which seems to be a leading characteristic of most mummies. There was not the shrunken attenuation of a body dried in the sand, as I had seen before in museums. All the pores of the body seemed to have been preserved in some wonderful way. The flesh was full and round, as in a living person, and the skin was as smooth as satin. The color seemed extraordinary. It was like ivory, new ivory, except where the right arm, with shattered, blood-stained wrist and missing hand, had lain bare to exposure in the sarcophagus for so many tens of centuries, with a womanly impulse, with a mouth that drooped with pity, with eyes eyes that flashed with anger, and cheeks that flamed, Margaret threw over the body the beautiful robe which lay across her arm. Only the face was then to be seen. This was more startling even than the body, for it seemed not dead, but alive. The eyelids were closed, but the long, black, curling lashes lay over on the cheeks. The nostrils, set in grave pride, seemed to have the repose which, when it is seen in life, is greater than the repose of death. The full, red lips, though the mouth was not open, showed the tiniest white line of pearly teeth within. Her hair, glorious in quantity, and glossy black as the raven's wing, was piled in great masses over the white forehead, on which a few curling tresses strayed like tendrils. I was amazed at the likeness to Margaret, though I had had my mind prepared for this by Mr. Corbeck's quotation of her father's statement. This woman, I could not think of her as a mummy or a corpse, was the image of Margaret, as my eyes had first lit on her. The likeness was increased by the jeweled ornament which she wore in her hair, the disk and plumes, such as Margaret, too, had worn. It, too, was a glorious jewel, one noble pearl of moonlight luster, flanked by carven pieces of moonstone. Mr. Trelawney was overcome as he looked. He quite broke down, and when Margaret flew to him and held him close in her arms and comforted him, I heard him murmur brokenly, "It looks as if you were dead, my child." There was a long silence. I could hear, without the roar of the wind, which was now risen to a tempest, and the furious dashing of the waves far below. Mr. Trelawney's voice broke the spell. Later on we must try and find out the process of embalming. It is not like any that I know. There does not seem to have been any opening cut for the withdrawing of the viscera and organs, which apparently remain intact within the body. Then, again, there is no moisture in the flesh, but its place is supplied with something else, as though wax or stearine had been conveyed into the veins by some subtle process. I wonder, could it be possible that at that time they could have used paraffin? It might have been, by some process that we know not, pumped into the veins, where it hardened. Margaret, having thrown a white sheet over the Queen's body, asked us to bring it to her own room, where we laid it on her bed. Then she sent us away, saying, "Leave her alone with me. There are still many hours to pass, and I do not like to leave her lying there, all stark in the glare of light. This may be the bridal she prepared for the bridal of death, and at least she shall wear her pretty robes." When presently she brought me back to her room, the dead queen was dressed in the robe of fine linen with the embroidery of gold, and all her beautiful jewels were in place. Candles were lit around her, and white flowers lay upon her breast. Hand in hand, we stood looking at her for a while. Then, with a sigh, Margaret covered her with one of her own snowy sheets. She turned away, and after softly closing the door of the room, went back with me to the others who had now come into the dining room. Here we all began to talk over the things that had been, and that were to be. Now and again, I could feel that one or other of us was forcing conversation, as if we were not sure of ourselves. The long wait was beginning to tell on our nerves. It was apparent to me that Mr. Trelawney had suffered in that strange trance more than we suspected, or than he cared to show. True, his will and his determination were as strong as ever, but the purely physical side of him had been weakened somewhat. It was indeed only natural that it should be. No man can go through a period of 4 days of absolute negation of life without being weakened by it somehow. As the hours crept by, the time passed more and more slowly. The other men seemed to get unconsciously a little drowsy. I wondered if, in the case of Mr. Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck, who had already been under the hypnotic influence of the Queen, the same dormancy was manifesting itself. Dr. Winchester had periods of distraction which grew longer and more frequent as the time wore on. As to Margaret, the suspense told on her exceedingly, as might have been expected in the case of a woman. She grew paler and paler still, till, at last, about midnight, I began to be seriously alarmed about her. I got her to come into the library with me, and tried to make her lie down on a sofa for a little while, as Mr. Trelawney had decided that the experiment was to be made exactly at the 7th hour after sunset. It would be as nearly as possible 3 o'clock in the morning when the great trial should be made. Even allowing a whole hour for the final preparations, we had still 2 hours of waiting to go through, and I promised faithfully to watch her, and to awake her at any time she might name. She would not hear of it, however. She thanked me sweetly and smiled at me as she did so, but she assured me that she was not sleepy, and that she was quite able to bear up, that it was only the suspense and excitement of waiting that made her pale. I agreed perforce, but I kept her talking of many things in the library for more than an hour, so that at last, when she insisted on going back to her father's room, felt that I had at least done something to help her pass the time, we found the 3 men sitting patiently in silence, With manlike fortitude, they were content to be still when they felt they had done all in their power. And so we waited. The striking of 2 o'clock seemed to freshen us all up. Whatever shadows had been settling over us during the long hours preceding seemed to lift at once, and we went about our separate duties alert and with alacrity. We looked first to the windows to see that they were closed, and we got ready our respirators to put them on when the time should be close at hand. We had from the first arranged to use them, for we did not know whether some noxious fume might not come from the magic coffer when it should be opened. Somehow, it never seemed to occur to any of us that there was any doubt as to its opening. Then, under Margaret's guidance, we carried the mummied body of Queen Tera from her room into her father S and laid it on a couch. We put the sheet lightly over it so that if she should wake, she could at once slip from under it. The severed hand was placed in its true position on her breast, and under it the jewel of 7 stars which Mr. Trelawney had taken from the great safe. It seemed to flash and blaze as he put it in its place. It was a strange sight and a strange experience. The group of grave, silent men carried the white, still figure, which looked like an ivory statue when through our moving the sheet fell back, away from the lighted candles and the white flowers. We placed it on the couch in that other room, where the blaze of the electric lights shone on the great sarcophagus fixed in the middle of the room, ready for the final experiment. The great experiment consequent on the researches during a lifetime of these 2 traveled scholars. Again, the startling likeness between Margaret and the mummy, intensified by her own extraordinary pallor, heightened the strangeness of it all. When all was finally fixed, 3/4 of an hour had gone, for we were deliberate in all our doings. Margaret beckoned me, and I went out with her to bring in Silvio. He came to her purring. She took him up and handed him to me, and then did a thing which moved me strangely and brought home to me keenly the desperate nature of the enterprise on which we were embarked. One by one, she blew out the candles carefully and placed them back in their usual places. When she had finished, she said to me, "They are done with now. Whatever comes, life or death, there will be no purpose in their using now." Then, taking Silvio into her arms and pressing him close to her bosom where he purred loudly, we went back to the room. I closed the door carefully behind me, feeling as I did so a strange thrill as of finality. There was to be no going back now. Then we put on our respirators and took our places as had been arranged. I was to stand by the taps of the electric lights beside the door, ready to turn them off or on, as Mr. Trelawney should direct. Dr. Winchester was to stand behind the couch, so that he should not be between the mummy and the sarcophagus. He was to watch carefully what should take place with regard to the Queen. Margaret was to be beside him. She held Silvio ready to place him upon the couch, or beside it when she might think right. Mr. Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck were to attend to the lighting of the lamps. When the hands of the clock were close to the hour, they stood ready with their linstocks. The striking of the silver bell of the clock seemed to smite on our hearts like a knell of doom. 1, 2, 3. Before the third stroke, the wicks of the lamps had caught, and I had turned out the electric light. In the dimness of the struggling lamps, and after the bright glow of the electric light, the room and all within it took weird shapes, and all seemed in an instant to change. We waited with our hearts beating. I know mine did, and I fancied could hear the pulsation of the others. The seconds seemed to pass with leaden wings. It were as though all the world were standing still. The figures of the others stood out dimly, Margaret's white dress alone showing clearly in the gloom. The thick respirators, which we all wore, added to the strange appearance. The thin light of the lamps showed Mr. Trelawney's square jaw and strong mouth, and the brown shaven face of Mr. Corbeck. Their eyes seemed to glare in the light. Across the room, Dr. Winchester's eyes twinkled like stars, and Margaret's blazed like black suns. Silvio's eyes were like emeralds. Would the lamps never burn up? It was only a few seconds in all till they did blaze up. A slow, steady light, growing more and more bright, and changing in color from blue to crystal white. So they stayed for a couple of minutes without change in the coffer, till at last there began to appear all over it a delicate glow. This grew and grew till it became like a blazing jewel, and then like a living thing whose essence of life was light. We waited and waited, our hearts seeming to stand still. All at once, there was a sound like a tiny muffled explosion, and the cover lifted right up on a level plane a few inches. There was no mistaking anything now, for the whole room was full of a blaze of light. Then the cover, staying fast at one side, rose slowly up on the other, as though yielding to some pressure of balance. The coffer still continued to glow. From it began to steal a faint greenish smoke. I could not smell it fully on account of the respirator, but even through that, I was conscious of a strange, pungent odor. Then, This smoke began to grow thicker and to roll out in volumes of ever-increasing density till the whole room began to get obscure. I had a terrible desire to rush over to Margaret, whom I saw through the smoke still standing erect behind the couch. Then, as I looked, I saw Dr. Winchester sink down. He was not unconscious, for he waved his hand back and forward, as though to forbid anyone to come to him. At this time, the figures of Mr. Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck were becoming indistinct in the smoke, which rolled round them in thick, billowy clouds. Finally, I lost sight of them altogether. The coffer still continued to glow, but the lamps began to grow dim. At first I thought that their light was being overpowered by the thick black smoke, but presently I saw that they were, one by one, burning out. They must have burned quickly to produce such fierce and vivid flames. I waited and waited, expecting every instant to hear the command to turn up the light, but none came. I waited still and looked with harrowing intensity at the rolling billows of smoke still pouring out of the glowing casket, whilst the lamps sank down and went out one by one. Finally, there was but one lamp alight, and that was dimly blue and flickering. The only effective light in the room was from the glowing casket. I kept my eyes fixed toward Margaret. It was for her now that all my anxiety was claimed. I could just see her white frock beyond the still white shrouded figure on the couch. Silvio was troubled. His piteous mewing was the only sound in the room. Deeper and denser grew the black mist, and its pungency began to assail my nostrils as well as my eyes. Now the volume of smoke coming from the coffer seemed to lessen, and the smoke itself to be less dense. Across the room, I saw something white move where the couch was. There were several movements. I could just catch the quick glint of white through the dense smoke in the fading light, for now the glow of the coffer began quickly to subside. I could still hear Silvio, but his mewing came from close under. A moment later, I could feel him piteously crouching on my foot. Then the last spark of light disappeared, and through the Egyptian darkness, I could see the faint line of white around the window blinds. I felt that the time had come to speak, so I pulled off my respirator and called out, "Shall I turn up the light?" There was no answer, so before the thick smoke choked me, I called again, but more loudly, "Mr. Trelawney, shall I turn up the light?" He did not answer, but from across the room I heard Margaret's voice, sounding as sweet and clear as a bell. "Yes, Malcolm, I turned the tap, and the lamps flashed out. But they were only dim points of light in the midst of that murky ball of smoke. In that thick atmosphere, there was little possibility of illumination. I ran across to Margaret, guided by her white dress, and caught hold of her and held her hand. She recognized my anxiety and said at once, "I am all right." "Thank God," I said. "How are the others?" "Quick, let us open all the windows and get rid of this smoke." To my surprise, she answered in a sleepy way, "They will be all right. They won't get any harm." I did not stop to inquire how or on what ground she formed such an opinion, but threw up the lower sashes of all the windows and pulled down the upper. Then I threw open the door. A few seconds made a perceptible change as the thick, black smoke began to roll out of the windows. Then the lights began to grow into strength, and I could see the room. All the men were overcome. Beside the couch, Dr. Winchester lay on his back as though he had sunk down and rolled over. And on the farther side of the sarcophagus, where they had stood, lay Mr. Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck. It was a relief to me to see that, though they were unconscious, all three were breathing heavily as though in a stupor. Margaret still stood behind the couch. She seemed at first to be in a partially dazed condition, but every instant appeared to get more command of herself. She stepped forward and helped me to raise her father and drag him close to a window. Together, we placed the others similarly, and she flew down to the dining room and returned with a decanter of brandy. This we proceeded to administer to them all in turn. It was not many minutes after we had opened the windows when all three were struggling back to consciousness. During this time, my entire thoughts and efforts had been concentrated on their restoration. But now that this strain was off, I looked round the room to see what had been the effect of the experiment. The thick smoke had nearly cleared away, but the room was still misty and was full of a strange, pungent, acrid odor. The great sarcophagus was just as it had been. The coffer was open, and in it, scattered through certain divisions or partitions wrought in its own substance, was a scattering of black ashes. Over all, sarcophagus, coffer, and indeed all in the room, was a sort of black film of greasy soot. I went over to the couch. The white sheet still lay over part of it, but it had been thrown back, as might be when one is stepping out of bed. But there was no sign of Queen Tera. I took Margaret by the hand and led her over. She reluctantly left her father, to whom she was administering, but she came docilely enough. I whispered to her as I held her hand. "What has become of the Queen? Tell me. You were close at hand and must have seen if anything happened." She answered me very softly. There was nothing that I could see, until the smoke grew too dense, kept my eyes on the couch, but there was no change. Then, when all grew so dark that I could not see, I thought I heard a movement close to me. It might have been Dr. Winchester, who had sunk down overcome, but I could not be sure. I thought that it might be the Queen waking, so I put down poor Silvio. I did not see what became of him, but I felt as if he had deserted me when I heard him mewing over by the door. I hope he is not offended with me. As if in answer, Silvio came running into the room and reared himself against her dress, pulling it as though clamoring to be taken up. She stooped down and took him up and began to pet and comfort him. I went over and examined the couch and all around it most carefully. When Mr. Trelawney and Mr. Corbeck recovered sufficiently, which they did quickly, though Dr. Winchester took longer to come round, we went over it afresh. But all we could find was a sort of ridge of impalpable dust, which gave out a strange dead odor. On the couch lay the jewel of the disc, and plumes which the Queen had worn in her hair, and the star jewel which had words to command the gods. Other than this, we never got clue to what had happened. There was just one thing which confirmed our idea of the physical annihilation of the mummy. In the sarcophagus in the hall, where we had placed the mummy of the cat, was a small patch of similar dust. In the autumn, Margaret and I were married. On the occasion, she wore the mummy robe and zone, and the jewel which Queen Tera had worn in her hair. On her breast, set in a ring of gold make like a twisted lotus stalk, she wore the strange jewel of 7 stars, which held words to command the God of all the worlds. At the marriage, the sunlight streaming through the chancel windows fell on it, and it seemed to glow like a living thing. The graven words may have been of efficacy, for Margaret holds to them, and there is no other life in all the world so happy as my own. We often think of the great Queen, and we talk of her freely. Once, when I said with a sigh that I was sorry she could not have waked into a new life in a new world, my wife, putting both her hands in mine and looking into my eyes with that far-away, eloquent, dreamy look which sometimes comes into her own, said lovingly, "Do not grieve for her. Who knows, but she may have found the joy she sought. Love and patience are all that make for happiness in this world, or in the world of the past, or of the future, of the living or the dead." she dreamed her dream, and that is all that any of us can ask. The end